Executive Director of the Seapac Secretariat. Allow me to begin by thanking all honorable delegates, panelists, and esteemed guests for participating in this conference. Seapac is a network of Southeast Asian parliamentarians who have common concern and focus on issues of anti-corruption and good governance. Established in Manila, March 2005, this network operates as a regional chapter of the Global Organizations of the Parliamentarians Against Corruption, or GOPEC. Along with its members from across the region, Seapac aims to establish a strong advocacy network that works through capacity buildings, facilitation of research, as well as sharing best practices and lessons learned among members of parliamentarians and experts. In this year's conference, we will specifically discuss the contemporary issues of political finance, green corruption, and participatory budgeting and post-audit. We also encourage honorable members of parliament who are attending and who are not yet member of Seapac. You may do so by filling out the form in front of you or by contacting our secretariat, Dita. Where is Dita? Dita, can you stand up? So Dita will help you with the registration process. We also invite all MPs and Seapac members to stay for the General Assembly later today, scheduled at 3 p.m. on our agenda. Ladies and gentlemen, for the opening, we will have the remarks from the President of Seapac, Dr. Fadli Zon, who is also the chair for the Committee for Interparliamentary Cooperation. Pak Fadli, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Honorable members of parliaments of Southeast Asian countries, excellencies, ambassadors, and representatives of the embassies of the Southeast Asian countries to Indonesia, Secretary General of AIPA, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Peace be upon us all. Good morning. On behalf of the Southeast Asia Parliamentarians Against Corruption, Seapac, and the Indonesian House of Representatives, allow me to welcome you all this morning to the Seapac Conference and General Assembly 2023, Parliamentary Actions on Political Finance, Oversight, and Combating Green Corruption in Southeast Asia. Allow me to start by drawing your attention to the massive global challenges we face today. The wars heightened, the climate crisis worsened, and the extreme poverty rage on. More than 124 million people have fallen below the poverty line, and more than 131 million are on the verge of extreme famine. At the same time, $2.6 trillion or 5% of global GDP has lost to corruption annually. Money that could have been invested in improving governance, strengthening social protection, and transitioning to the green economy. At the regional level, we face an overall decline in the levels of democracy, including the stagnation and even regression of the Corruption Perception Index, CPI, in 2022. Without strong commitments in devising anti-corruption strategies, this problem will not only damage our democracy today, but also to profoundly self-perpetuate across the entire population and future generations. As a parliamentary network dedicated on anti-corruption issues, Seapac is committed to foster, collaborate, advocate, and promote good governance at the regional and international levels. Our network supports parliamentarians to reinforce their key roles in preventing and curbing corruption through their constitutional mandates, which become even more significant today in safeguarding democracy for the people. Together, we call for a more robust framework to strengthen parliamentary commitment in advancing anti-corruption, putting it high in the global, regional, and national agenda. Distinguished delegates, we conduct this conference with main topics that I believe set out the contemporary debate of today's democracy and development, political finance, and green corruption. Money can have a corrupting influence on the political process, and opaque political finance threatens democracy around the globe. Without an adequate oversight system, sufficient regulations, and strong control measures on political finance, the functioning of democracy and long-term economic development will be adversely threatened. This is also a very timely topic, as some of the Southeast Asian countries, including Indonesia, will soon conduct their elections, and others in the region has just completed them. Through our discussion, I hope we can reflect upon our experiences and strengthen our oversight mechanism as the main component of an effective political finance regimes. Another pressing issue is that of green corruption, including fund and resource mobilization in the implementation of net zero pledges. Parliament must be strategically equipped to oversee those implementations and ensure greater transparency and accountability on national and international climate actions. In 2019, the UNCAC adopted a resolution 812 calling its member states to prevent and combat environmental corruption. I hope our discussion today will cover ways to ensure a more strategic engagement of parliamentarians in the implementation of that resolution. Distinguished delegates, we are very fortunate today to have the esteemed panelists and experts to guide our discussion on the said topics. I hope we can substantially engage in our comprehensive discussions and get acquainted with good practices in developing effective parliamentary mechanism for strengthening the anti-corruption measures and legislation relevant with the political finance and green corruption. I know there are still many challenges ahead in exercising our duties to legislate, oversee, and enforce the legal framework of anti-corruption. I encourage my fellow parliamentarians who are not yet a member to join our GOPAC and Seapac membership and ensure that parliaments are engaged in all levels of anti-corruption efforts. As a final message, I call upon all the esteemed members of parliaments to collectively strengthen our commitment in combating corruption. Do not let it lead our society to the decline of democracy. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Pak Fadli. The second remarks will be delivered through a video message by His Excellency Dr. Ali bin Fetais Almari, GOPAC Chair, and also the Chair of the Internal and External Affairs Committee of the Shura Council of the State of Qatar. The message will be presented in Arabic, and we are going to distribute the translation in English.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. معالي الدكتور بوان مهاراني رئيس مجلس النواب في جمهورية إندونيسيا، حضرة الدكتور الصديق العزيز فضلي زون نائب رئيس المنظمة العالمية للبرلمانيين ضد الفساد ورئيس التحالف الاقتصادي والاجتماعي، أصحاب السعادة، الضيوف الكرام، إن الحمد لله الذي جعل تحية الإسلام السلام، فالسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. اسمحوا لي أولا أن أهنيكم على تنظيم هذا المؤتمر، واسمحوا لي بأن أؤكد لكم بأن هذه المشاركة وبهذا الحجم من البرلمانيين تبين إلى حد بعيد التزام الجميع بمعالجة القلق الإقليمي بشأن قضايا الفساد والحوكمة. يأتي اجتماعكم في التوقيت المناسب، وذلك بسبب إن بعض البلدان في جنوب شرق آسيا قد أجرت بالفعل انتخابات، وبعضها سيكون في المستقبل القريب. سيدات والسادة، التمويل السياسي هو قضية تمس صميم النشاط البرلماني، تحتاج أي حملة أينما كانت إلى التمويل، إلى المال، وستكون كيفية كسب هذه الأموال واستخدامها أمرا حاسما في المسيرة السياسية، وتمس صميم الحوكمة والعمل السياسي، وكلما غابت عنها الشفافية ظهر الفساد بأبشع صوره. يسعدني أن أركز معكم أيضا على قضية الفساد الأخضر. والفساد الأخضر دون أن ندخل في تفاصيله، كلكم تعلمون ما هو الفساد الأخضر. الفساد الأخضر هو مناصرة الطبيعة والعمل على كل ما يمت إلى هذه الطبيعة بصلة، ولكن بحكم حجم الأموال المهولة التي تصرف في هذه المشاريع فإننا نرى الفساد أيضا في أبشع صوره، يمس حياة الإنسان، يمس الأكسجين، شريان الحياة للبشر وللكوكب. وعندما يمس هذا الشريان فإن القادم سيكون أسوأ. لذلك قضية الكنترول على هذه الأموال التي تصرف على قضايا المناخ هي الآن تعتبر من أهم وأخطر هذه القضايا، والتي يجب أن يعمل العالم أجمع إلى التركيز عليها. هناك أموال تضخ من خلال الدول مباشرة إلى القطاعات التي تعمل على قضايا المناخ، وهناك أموال تضخ، وهذا الأخطر، من خلال منظمات دولية، ابتداء من الأمم المتحدة إلى المنظمات الإقليمية كلها دون استثناء. هذه الأموال إن لم تخضع إلى حوكمة دقيقة، إن لم تخضع إلى مراقبة دقيقة من قبل الجميع، فنعتقد بأن الأنفس المريضة وهم كثر ستطال أيديهم هذه الأموال، وستكون النتائج عكسية. عندما يدخل الفساد في أي مشروع فهو كفيل بتحطيمه أيا ما كان. كما ذكرنا قبل قليل فإن اجتماعكم يأتي في الوقت المناسب، لأن اتفاقية الأمم المتحدة هي اليوم في عامها 20. خلال 20 عام هذه الاتفاقية عانت الكثير، عانت من دول كانت تقف بالمرصاد لعدم إنجاح هذه الاتفاقية. كان هناك دول كثر عملوا، وأنا أذكر أنه اجتماع الدوحة كان برئاستي وبدعم كبير من الأصدقاء في كل مكان الحاضرين، لكن هناك دول أيضا كانت تقاوم على كل تعديل بما فيها قضايا الحوكمة، دول انتشر فيها الفساد وتريد أن تصدر هذا الفساد، لم تكتفي بأن يكون الفساد فيها. لذلك القضية الآن في هذا الوقت وبعد مرور 20 عام على اتفاقية الأمم المتحدة، أنا أعتقد أن الأمم المتحدة ونحن العاملين على قضايا محاربة الفساد أصبحنا على المحك الحقيقي، أين نحن من الإعراب. لذلك أنا أعتقد بأنه مؤتمركم جاء في وقته، لكن أنا أعتقد النتائج التي ستخرج من هذا المؤتمر في نظري هي أهم من المؤتمر ومن الاجتماع في حد ذاته. نحن لا نجتمع من أجل الاجتماع، نحن نجتمع للخروج بنتائج إيجابية تساعد في تحجيم هذا الفساد. لن نستطيع أن نقضي على الفساد مهما أوتينا من قوة، لكن نستطيع أن نحارب الفساد. لذلك سيكون الحوار بمثابة أساسا لمواصلة متابعة مشاركة الجميع في مؤتمر الدول الأطراف في اتفاقية الأمم المتحدة، وتعزيز قدرتنا على التنفيذ لأفعال الاتفاقية وإحراز التقدم على المستوى الوطني. أشكر كل من ساهم في أعمال هذا المؤتمر في أندونيسيا الصديقة والحبيبة. كان بودنا أن نكون معكم، ولكن يقال في اللغة العربية: الحمد لله الذي جعل الأقلام تنوب عن الأقدام. ولو لم تكن الأقلام تنوب عن الأقدام لاضطررنا إلى الذهاب إليكم والمشاركة معكم بأشخاصنا. ختاما يشرفني أن أقول كلمة استطعت أن أجدها في اللغة الأندونيسية العزيزة علينا جميعا: تريما كاسي. شكرا.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will now proceed to the main discussion of the meeting. The first session of the conference on addressing the root. The first session is on addressing the root of political corruption in Southeast Asia, Parliament's role in regulating and monitoring political finance. The session will consist of 3 presentations from our esteemed panelists, followed by an open discussion, and it will be led by Honorable Vice Chair of the Committee for Interparliamentary Cooperation, Mr. Putu Rudana. Pak Putu, silakan Pak mengambil tempat. Thank you. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Ibu Enda. Once again, of course, welcome to Indonesia, welcome to Jakarta, to all our distinguished delegates, to all our speakers here, important speakers. And then hopefully everything goes well. And then, as you know, the weather now, it's raining, but I think it's a blessing from God, because after the last 3 years, it's been COVID-19, right? So we cannot meet in person, but now luckily, starting probably last year, we could have a discussion and meet in person. But I think this is a great time to actually discuss about the topic today regarding, of course, about corruption, green corruption, how to combat green corruption. And then, first of all, I would like to Dr. Fadlizon, the Seapac President, COPEC Vice President, Honorable Member of Parliament, Excellency Ambassador. I saw there's Ambassador from Thailand is here also. Honorable panelists, speakers, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Putu Supadma Rudana. I'm the Vice Chair of the Committee for Inter-Parliamentary Cooperation. And of course, the duty of the committee, it's we always do going abroad to have a multilateral meeting to strengthen bilateral cooperation between Indonesia and many other parliaments from many countries. And then, of course, I'm very delighted here to actually welcome you in the first session with the theme of addressing the root of political corruption in Southeast Asia, Parliament's role in regulating and monitoring political finance. And of course, today I will serving as a moderator for this session. We're supposed to have, I think, 4 speakers, but now we have 3 speakers. One speaker is through Zoom. It's Professor Adam Graker. He is a professor of public policy and director of Stratton Institute, University of Adelaide, Australia. He was previously professor at the Australian National University when he established the Transnational Research Institute on Corruption. In 2021, he was the winner of the Global Anti-Corruption Excellence Award from the Rule of Law and Anti-Corruption Center, an organization founded also by the chair of GOPEC, Dr. Ali bin Al-Mari. Today, Prof. Graker is joining us virtually, like I told you, from Adelaide, Australia. who will explore about how to enhance transparency and accountability of political finance in Southeast Asia as one of the effort to tackle political corruption. Also, the second speaker, we will have Dr. Bridget Wells. I hope I pronounced you correctly. She is Honorary Research Associate at the University of Nottingham, Asia Research Institute in Malaysia. She is also a Senior Research Associate of the Hu Feng Center for East Asia Democratic Studies of National Taiwan University. She specializes in Southeast Asian politics with a focus of Malaysia, Myanmar, Singapore, and of course, Indonesia. Today, Dr. Wells will discuss about the impacts of political financing to the quality of democracy in Southeast Asia and how to strengthen Parliament's role in political finance reform and oversight. And of course, this first session, last but not least, the Honorable Lee Chen Chung is here. And the third speaker, also his Honorable Lee Chen Chung is a member of Parliament MPs from Malaysia. And then I haven't met MPs from Malaysia a while because you have your election, and congratulations, you here, because I think there's no delegation, I think, in IPA in Cambodia last time. Yes, so we welcome you back again. And then IPA will be here in Indonesia, and then we welcome all the delegation from Malaysia again. Without further ado, I would like to kindly invite Professor Adam Graeker to take the floor as the first speaker. And then he will be through Zoom, and then the time for each speaker is 15 minutes. Probably I give more 15 to 20 minutes because used to be 4 speakers, now it's 3 speakers. And after that, we will have intervention from the member of parliaments and also discussion and question. Please, and first speaker, Professor Adam Graeker. Professor?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, of course. Before I couldn't hear you, but now clearly we can hear you. Please take the floor.
Okay, and there's just one more thing. If for some reason the audio is not good, please interrupt me, because sometimes on this computer we don't have good audio, but please interrupt me if you can't hear me. So I'm honored, deeply honored, to be invited to participate with you today. I'm sorry that I can't be here in person. I would love to be there with you in person. I've been working on corruption as director of our Transnational Research Institute on Corruption here in Australia. But one thing, I am not arrogant enough to try and specify what sorts of things work best in your country. What I want to do today is not go blow by blow how you might do better things, but rather to provide a framework for analysis so that you can apply these in your own situation. And the speakers that follow me will speak much more specifically. So what I want to do is really provide a backdrop to help you enhance the way in which you can start to deal with complex issues of political financing, electoral funding. Now, I believe there are some slides somewhere, so could you please show me the first slide? Okay, and the next one, so we'll move to the next slide. What we've got here are 2 dimensions. First of all, there's election funding. And then there we start to look at what do we get when something is a donation. This is something that we always accept quite normally in a democratic society, that people should be able to support ideas that are in accordance with their ideology, with their values. But one thing I want you to note is that when that donation becomes a transaction, in other words, when it moves from general support to something for which there is something in return, this is very often a bribe. Now, what we do have, so we've got two processes. One is getting to the stage of legislation, and that is election funding. And I wanted to say, and I'll talk about this later, we've done some work in Australia on trying to promote free and fair election funding. But then we have a second dimension, which involves corrupt activity, sometimes in making the law and sometimes in implementing the law. When we have corruption in making the law, then we're dealing clearly with corruptions in our parliamentary processes. When we have corruption in implementing the law, that often relates to the bureaucracy. And sometimes the way in which finance and donations create opportunities for people to make the law in favor of vested interests undermines transparency and accountability. When I teach students, I spend whole sessions on accountability and transparency and the understanding of those processes. But in 15 minutes, we're not going to do that. But what we've got when we start looking at corrupt activity, in the making of the law and the implementation of the law, in making of the law, we're really talking about how corruption shapes public policy. In implementing the law, how it affects public policy. Next slide, please. Then, what we need to think through is whether corruption is an isolated exception or whether it's the norm, whether it's just a transgression, an isolated incident, or whether it's part of the system. We like to think in Australia, for example, that corruption is always the exception, but in some of the countries that we have around the table, corruption is very much the norm. So you need different strategies when you're dealing with a system compared to when we're dealing with isolated transgressions. Next slide, please. And the next thing I wanted to get across, and this you might think this all shapes the way in which we deal with corruption. Sometimes we have corruption with theft. That involves, not paying taxes, diverting funds, taxes that should go to government in areas, we're talking green corruption later on, allowing logging of forests and not paying tax. But then we also have corruption without theft. And I want you to think about that, because what we have there, things like nepotism, things like giving contracts to friends, family, and other places, there's no theft there because the contract would have to be given anyway. The job would have to be filled anyway. And so what we try to do is to make sure to give a framework. I try and to say, look, when I talk to my students, I always say two things you've got to remember. First of all, not all corruption is the same. With theft, without theft, there are different types, different activities, many things. And then some places are more corrupt than others. Sometimes it might be a nation state more corrupt than others. Sometimes it might be one hospital is more corrupt than another, one police station. So if we can go to the next slide, please. What I've done in my writing, and if I had more time, I would spend a lot of time trying to take you through a framework I've devised called TASP. Different types of corruption, different activities, different sectors, different places. Let me quickly go through them. Next slide, please. We can see there are many different types of corruption. Many people think bribery is the main one, but no, that's only one part of it. If we look at, across the top, abuse of discretion is another one, trading in influence, and this often affects members of parliament, conflict of interest. So we've got to think of the different types of corruption. Okay, let's move to the next slide. We find that in different activities. Financing elections is one activity. Hiring people, buying things, making things. And you'll see where I'm going with that. The next slide, please. We find corruption in different sectors, in fisheries, in timber, in climate change, in construction, in works, and so on, and different places. Now, the reason I've gone through all of these is at the next session, we're going to talk about green corruption, corruption in climate, corruption in fisheries, corruption in timber. And if we take an example, types, if we think of bribery, in nepotism, bribery in human resource hiring, which is an activity to regulate fisheries. So what we do, if we take these, we can then identify what the problem is. We can very specifically target in on how parliamentarians might be involved, bureaucrats might be involved. Or if we take another example, a different type of corruption, misuse of information in, say, administering, in, say, timber quotas. Or we might take a different type, self-dealing, that is, members of parliament owning companies or having shareholders in companies that then they might extort as an activity, timber sales. So by doing the TASP analysis, we can then start to understand the point of intervention, how elections affect the way we're dealing with it. Next slide, please. One of the important regulatory effects comes in things like timber. This is one very important environmental issue. The World Bank, for example, estimates that illegal logging costs about $1 trillion a year. Next slide, please. This is just a little bit of numbers. And this is hugely political. It's not just a bureaucratic matter. And, when you've got timber interests being able to fund elections, when you have timber interests being able to help write legislation, to develop exemptions, to develop tax breaks, and so on. These all stem from some root of political financing, and that $1 trillion with illicit timber excludes the value of the ecosystem, the communities, and so on. Next slide, please. And so what we've got with the timber, again, it's financing, parliamentary interventions about quotas, development of logging concessions, which are sometimes bureaucratic. And so it's finding that difference between it. Restrictions on timber exports, which are sometimes abused, often through different forms of bribery and through different forms of finance. Now, if we have the next slide, we're also talking about another environmental issue, and this is fisheries. Next slide, please. We can see that global per capita fish consumption has increased dramatically. And this becomes a very significant international issue because the fish don't know international boundaries, but we do have fishing boats crossing international boundaries. We're talking about $130 billion a year. We're talking about small states not having the resources to be able to police it. We see soft diplomacy in some ways, foreign aid exchanged for fishing concessions. We see all sorts of difficulties. And this leads, when we know that something like 84% of the global population that's engaged in fisheries, both as employment and so on, they're in the Asia-Pacific region. This is a huge issue for our region. And fisheries and sustainability, when you've got unsustainable and corrupt fishing practices, there needs to be enormous regulation and parliamentary action, because otherwise it leads to climate change, environmental change, and so on. So we move everywhere from low-level officials having gifts and small bribes through to high-level financial transactions, parliamentary interference with legislation, ministerial interference in official processes. So what I want to, I mean, these are just some things that we're going to talk about in a little while, but if we can go to the next slide, please. What I point out, the most important thing always to note is that corruption follows opportunity. And the parliaments play a very, very important role in structuring those opportunities. And so when I talk to students, when I run training courses in other countries, when I do teaching at places like the International Anti-Corruption Academy in Vienna, we always start with this point: corruption follows opportunity, to start to look at whose opportunity and where are the breaking points. And when we start looking at electoral financing and political financing, we see one set of opportunities. If we could have the next slide, please. The opportunity structure that we have comprises really three things. A motivated offender. There is somebody who is likely to offend. A second point is a target. And the third point is the absence of some sort of capable guardianship. So if we look at the motivated offenders, most often we think of, small-scale bureaucrats who take bribes. But sometimes it's the principal. Sometimes it is a minister, a parliamentarian who uses opportunity. The target might be, if we talk fish, if we talk timber, but if we also talk parliament, the target becomes members of parliament and laws relating to financing. And the guardianship involves two things. First, a compliance regime, but very often you have a lot of rules and people don't always follow those rules. And then sometimes some culture, the culture that realizes that we're doing this in an ethical and appropriate way. So what I want you to think about then is who might be an offender, what the targets might be, and how guardianship can play. Now, next slide, please. In Australia, and I also always talk about the big difference between corruption in rich countries and corruption in poor countries. We've a team that I worked with, a couple of other professors, and Transparency International. 2 years ago, we wrote what we called a blueprint for Australia's national integrity system, a blueprint for action, because we also had slipped in the global corruption perceptions index. And we've got 5 chapters in this report. And look, as I said at the outset, it's not for me to tell you how to run things in your country, but if you'd like a copy of that report, my email is at the bottom of the slides. But you'll note that section 4, chapter 4 on this is called Fair, Honest Democracy. And this does talk about some reforms in electoral financing, transparency, accountability, reporting in real time. Now, that's an Australian thing. Now, if we go to the next slide and the final slide, there are various conventions and instruments globally. And we've got and they all come together. The moderator talked about the United Nations Convention Against Corruption, but there's also the United Nations Convention, the UNTOC, against transnational organized crime, because they do play a role in fisheries, they do play a role in timber, they do play a role in areas such as climate financing. And so the UNTOC is important. And then as we're going this afternoon to talk next session about green corruption, the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. So to finish off, what I really wanted to say was I've just tried to outline some things to think of to give you a framework as step one to better understanding the opportunities, the targets in political financing, and we can then talk much more later about some of the specific mechanisms. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Professor Greker. Of course, there's one point that I always remember: corruption follows opportunity. So I think there's in all fields, in all places. So, but how we combat this, and then how hopefully, and then after this, we will have Dr. Bridget Wells next, and then she's doing a lot of research. Is that right, Dr. Wells? And then hopefully she will mention honestly about the position of ASEAN, how actually the index, but I don't know. She will do the presentation in 15 minutes, and then I will give the floor to her. Please, thank you.
Terima kasih, Putu, for your very kind invitation, introduction, and to the organizers for inviting me. When I arrived in Jakarta yesterday, it's been 3 years. My heart lifted. I felt a sense of joy of arriving back in Indonesia, despite the macet that was involved. So it is indeed an honor. Can I have the organizers put up the slide? And I'm going to try to speak to about 15 minutes and begin a conversation. I want to begin before the slides with a little story. This is a story of a man called Amir. I met him in Sabak Bernam, which is a place in Selangor outside of Malaysia during the elections last year, in the parliamentary elections in November of last year. And Amir told me he had received 100 ringgit, which is about 400,000 rupiah, for his vote, and to vote for a particular coalition. And I asked him how he felt about this, and he said, I'm voting against corruption. I said, okay, you sudah dapat duit, but you vote against the corruption. And he said that he felt that it was necessary for him to receive these funds. And of course, later in my conversations with Amir, who was pumping my petrol, actually, he explained how the difficulties his family faced during the COVID time, the issues of survival, the issues and challenges that he faces as a young person. He was 20 years old, about his future. And why do I start this conversation with the story of Amir? Is because these issues are complex. They're not so simple. Right? They're not as black and white as we think it is. And I think we have to be cognizant of that as scholars, as practitioners, as people who are representing different actors in this storylines, how complicated it is. And to understand that when someone takes money, they're doing it for their family, and sometimes the systematic issues are very difficult to address. My main point of my presentation will be that in order to address these issues of corruption, to deal with issues of political financing, you need an ecosystem. Parliamentarians are part of that, but it needs to be a broader ecosystem. To address the problems of Amir, you need to address the problems of social mobility, poverty, and inequality in a society. And in order to do that, that's not just a political finance bill. It needs to have policies and other issues in terms of parliamentarians. So I ask you as parliamentarians to be cognizant of these interrelationships and complexities. But now I turn to my presentation, where I hope I will try to illustrate some of the questions I was asked. As always, one begins with an apology for recognizing there may be shortcomings in only 15 minutes. but I'll begin as we discuss broad issues at bay. Sila, the next slide, thank you. What we've learned in the context of studying corruption and studying the issues of governance in Southeast Asia is that we have seen a pattern where democracy has had an uneven impact on reducing corruption. The idea was that places that would have more democratic governance would actually reduce corruption. Indonesia is illustrative of the uneven impact on corruption, but there are many other countries in the region that show that. At the same time, we also know that greater authoritarianism has increased corruption. We only need to look at the horrible circumstances in Myanmar to understand that the impact of what happens when we have greater authoritarianism. So the answers don't just lie with the different regimes of democracy or authoritarianism. As we all know as practitioners and policymakers, the devil is in the detail, the policies, the things that you can put in place to create this ecosystem. In particular, I highlight the need for a greater ecosystem because of the impact of the crisis of COVID. I think the region as a whole is encouraging in voters to adopt issues of short-term survival strategies. This is why the need for political financing and bills needs to be carefully put together as part of an ecosystem. Sila, next slide, please. This one is just, Putu just asked me to show what Dr. Fadli was just saying about the trends of the recent transparency indices. These are the numbers for the last year. We know that in Southeast Asia, the numbers have been going down in terms of performance. But keep in mind that these indications about corruption are often done by business elites in Transparency International. And so they reflect a particular perspective. But I point to troubling indications in places like Cambodia, Thailand, and of course, Indonesia. Malaysia has had modest gains, but backtracking in the last few years. My neighbor to my right will speak more about Malaysia. He's asked me not to talk much about Malaysia, so I only cakap saja dengan Amir saja. And then we will see, but of course, Singapore, I think its score is overinflated, but we can discuss that later. Sila, the next slide. I wanted to bring also to the conversation, since I was helping to set the context. This is the Asia Barometer Survey, which I'm a core member. And this data shows you something very interesting, is that while corruption indicators may vary across the country, they also vary, what people perceive in Southeast Asian countries is corruption is very different. Helping someone to go into a school is not necessarily corruption, although maybe people, in fact, it may be corruption, but it's perceived very differently. And we have very polarized views about how corruption is widespread or not. And this gives you some of these are data that is done in the last 2 years. So it gives you some of the indicators of survey research. The next slide. We also have very different views of how effective corruption has been the responses. Indonesia gets a poor rating in terms of effectiveness, comparatively speaking, but some of the other countries get even much worse in terms of their numbers. But what we see is a situation where, as with what people see as corruption, how they see their government dealing with corruption is actually very different. So, and this is again to the complexities that we're trying to understand. Next slide, please. Someone like myself who studies elections knows that elections are at the core of at the center of all of the corruption. Campaign and candidates and parliamentarians need money in order to campaign. And they need even more money because campaigns are costing even more than they used to before. The prices go up, not just for the barang in the grocery stores, but also for running campaigns in this context. We have seen a tremendous amount of fascinating and a wonderful scholarship by scholars looking at clientelism and corruption in Southeast Asia. And time doesn't give me enough time to discuss some of that, but I want to point to some of the kind of features that to set the context for my recommendations in a moment about the ecosystem. We see that the issues of clientelism and patronage and corruption are intertwined. They involve social relationships, transactions, brokers, networks, and unequal reciprocity. What does that mean? That means it is very deeply embedded to people like Amir, all the way to the prime ministers of countries. We see a situation where there are very different forms of corruption and patronage that are tied to election. Positions, who's going to get different appointments, contracts, and the subcontracts that come from that. Political donations, bribery is being a key element of that. Vote buying. Is a vote only worth $25 or 400,000 rupiah? It's quite expensive, some people would say. Some people would say it's not enough. Vote buying. Welfare programs are used and misused as part of the campaign in these areas. Who gets to distribute it and how? The timing of how they're distributed. You can see these in these areas very meaningfully. I'm not doing a service to the richness of scholarship by Ed Aspinall, Paul Hutchcroft, and others that I want to emphasize, and many interesting work on Indonesia. But there are some broader trends, what the literature tells us about these issues in Southeast Asia. We see party-based patronage and clientelism has moved to parties relying on the state and state-based. That means they rely more heavily on using government programs in order to win and woo voters. And they continue to use their powers and positions, but they don't use the party as the way to distribute those funds to the same degree as before. We also see a situation where many of the local dynamics of corruption and patronage on elections have moved to the local area, where we have local mafias who have become very powerful through this decentralization process. And this, of course, I will speak about the effects in a moment, but it has a particular impact on increasing inequality. We see the reemergence of new forms of clientelistic patterns. Keep in mind, corruption is like, and patronage and clientelism are like a doughboy. You push them down somewhere, they come up somewhere else in a different form. It's a bit of a cancer and a monster that exists. No matter how much you go through the process of treatment, there still is a resurgence. So this is why the battle for dealing with these issues is constantly a challenge. Equally important, we see a trend where now countries are relying more heavily on using funds, not just domestically, but international vehicles. They're becoming part of financial crimes. 1MDB is an illustration of that in this context. So it's not just a domestic factor of giving a bribe, it becomes part of a larger financial network. Next slide, please. I was asked to do two things. One is to talk about what is the impact of these patterns on the quality of democracy in Southeast Asia, and two, what can parliamentarians do? Let me begin to answer the first question. The research teaches us very important impacts. The first of which is that these patterns systematically increase inequality, and they in turn also feed more corruption. We have seen that corruption and patronage has reinforced elite and oligarchic rule. It has empowered key political families. There are books now on the key families in Thailand and the Philippines. We can do the same ones in Indonesia also. Malaysia as well. The oligarchy, it's reducing political competition. We see a situation where we have the business politics nexus has come back in a significant form. And this, of course, limits the ability for individuals to have a competitive economy. Indonesia has been very progressive compared to some of the other countries, but we do have a real challenge in the fact that those who have money continue to make money, and those who don't have money continue not to get money. In this process, that is systemic effects of the impact of these patterns. And of course, we have tremendous leakages and waste. Next slide, please. Corruption, patronage, and others has impacted in various ways in the nature of political campaigns. Foremost, they have raised the cost of campaigning. It has also made elections about a utilitarian view. So rather than a focus on broader issues and principles, the focus is very much on what is in it for me, and what can I get from this election. very short-term thinking. We have also systematically see across surveys greater distrust in politicians and political institutions. There is an anger among many parts of the electorate in Southeast Asia, especially those that are more economically disadvantaged. The impact of these practices also makes the campaign process focused on short-term elections, which that means that policies and policy making and solutions to the countries that ordinary people face and the problems that people face have become less viable. It's because everyone says, what can I get for myself? As opposed to what can I do to solve the problems longer term? There is this kind of vicious cycle that people focus only on being reelected as opposed to focusing on what they should do once they are reelected. And we can see this systematically throughout these processes. Equally so, the narratives become a zero sum. It's either I win and get money and the other person doesn't. And it feeds the polarization, the values that underscore and decline and erode the practices of democratic governance. Next slide, please. We've also seen systematically through repeated studies, bought local governments, and sometimes on national policies. We've had, as many of the colleagues will speak with much better clarity than I am on the issues of green corruption, we can see tremendous impact on negative impact on climate and climate change and land development at the local level. And this has led to also spillovers where media and civil society have been targeted for raising issues of corruption because they are seen to be challenging the system. The system remains a lack of transparency. That's the preliminary answer to the first question. Let me turn in my last minute or so to the questions and lessons so far and what we can think about, what the literature is telling us and the experience is telling us from a perspective of what parliamentarians can do. We know there have been serious impacts on democratic governance. But as practitioners and policymakers and academics, we need to be responsible to see the interconnections, to recognize that political financing alone is not only the solution, that it has to be done in tandem with other particular measures. We can see and learn from the lesson of Thailand, where they introduced new political financing and created new subsidies that with a matter of time, the system brought back a more authoritarian government that rejected these practices. We can see that we need to reframe the lessons that we've had and think more carefully about what those lessons have been. Crucial is bringing buy-in to the system. Parliamentarians and elites do not want to change the system unless they can see a reason to do so. They have to be given a reason to do so. The main reason for them to reduce and change is for them to save money for themselves, to reduce the campaign costs. This is the one of most traction, but many other people in the room may have others to offer in this area. But also the other reasons that are more impactful are the needs to reduce inequality, to embrace better policies, to make better governance. Now let's turn to the last slide and what parliamentarians can do, and I will close my remarks. Political funding bill is essential in many countries throughout Southeast Asia, but it's not enough. And the devil is in the detail of that bill. Keep in mind, bills often favor those in power, not necessarily favor those who want to challenge those in power. Yes, strengthening oversight is essential, but important in that oversight is strengthening oversight over parliamentarians themselves and the business elites that they work with. Equally important is that Parliament needs to be given much more legitimacy and being the body of oversight. The anti-corruption body in Malaysia, which my colleague, my friend YB Lee will speak about, reports to the executive, not to the parliament. That should change. Election commissions should report to the parliament, not to the executive, like in Singapore. They should report to the parliament, not to be a part of the prime minister's office. These shifts in terms of making institution building are very important, more equitable, more checks and balances. There needs to be greater oversight over local government. The conditions that are happening in local communities, especially over land development and climate, have broader national implications, but they have significant implications on people like Amir, who can't find a job, who's facing floods in his kawasan, in his area, in his kampo. Equally important, we have to have organizations like this, like Seapac, to help to build like-minded allies. The allies you think are not your friends have to become your friends. In politics, many in the room know your enemies become your friends become your enemies. In order for a bill and changes on these areas, you need to figure out how to create broader rubric of allies and continue your engagement. Terima kasih banyak. I've spoken enough. I'm sure that there are others that will have others to say. Terima kasih.
Thank you, Dr. Bridget Wells. And now the third speaker, Honorable Lee Chien-chung. I haven't mentioned about the CV, but I will explain a bit about Honorable Lee Chien-chung. He is a member of Malaysian House of Representatives from Petaling Jaya constituent. And then he's a member of the People Justice Party, a component of the Pakatan Harapan Coalition. He holds Master in Public Administration from Lee Kuan Yew School of Public Policy and US in Singapore. Recently, in 2022, he established a mutual help group that empowers and assists victims of scamming and financial frauds. Today, Honorable Chung will share us about Malaysia's experience in regulating political finance. It's actually very fresh situation. You just have your election less than a few months ago. Yes, and then so very fresh experience. And then now, without further ado, I'll give you the time of 15 minutes also, please.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. It's been honored to speak to like-minded member of parliaments, scholars, as well as the staff of GoPac and also Seapac. It's always challenging to speak after Dr. Bridget Welsh because she understands Malaysia as much as I do. But fortunately, she brought this perspective broader from Southeast Asia perspective. And I'm going to share with you the overview of Malaysia's approach in political financing and how do we fight corruption. Well, ladies and gentlemen, policy, legislative, and institutional reforms are key for effective anti-corruption initiative. Malaysia will ensure efforts are being implemented in line with the Article 5 of the United Nations Convention Against Corruption, which aims to protect the rights of the people, to stop leakages of public funds, as well as to spur economic growth. In addressing the issues of integrity and governance, which pose common risks to corruption, Malaysia has launched the National Anti-Corruption Plan, a robust yet holistic plan which outlines integrated course of action and key initiatives in fighting corruption in Malaysia. It's launched in January 2019, short after we experienced the first change of government after 60 years. So the plan aims at eliminating abuse of power, putting a stop to political interference, as well as eliminating embezzlement and mismanagement. The NACP, National Anti-Corruption Plan, outlined 6 strategies as follows. First, strengthening political integrity and accountability. Second, strengthening the effectiveness of public service delivery. We believe that when we become more lean and more effective, there will be less rooms for corruption. Third, increasing the efficiency and transparency in public procurement. I'll speak later on. In recent budget speech, we have promised also to, the newly elected Prime Minister promised to enact Public Procurement Act, which would be helpful in increasing the transparency in public procurement. Fourth, enhancing the credibility of legal and judicial system. Fifth, institutionalizing credibility of law enforcement agencies. And last but not least, inculcating good governance in corporate entity. One of the key initiatives that has been emphasized under the NACP plan is strengthening the political governance by introducing a new law to regulate the political financing through institutional and legislative reforms. However, there are some gaps and challenges faced in Malaysia. Ladies and gentlemen, currently, there is no provisions of laws or legislative framework that regulates political financing in Malaysia. The current laws only monitor the expenditure of election candidates during the official campaigning period between nomination day and polling day under the Election Offences Act 1954. Meanwhile, the provision under the Society Act 1966 only set requirement to each political party to submit the annual expenditure statement and source of funds received to the Registrar of Societies Malaysia, which is under the Executive Ministry of Local Affairs, Domestic Affairs, which with lack of capacity on enforcement. Therefore, there is a need to strengthen the control and monitoring mechanism on the political parties and candidates' activities with regards to political financing by centralizing regulations, monitoring of compliance, and enforcement. Efforts have been continued to introduce a new legislation on governing political funding, as outlined among 115 initiatives under the NACP, which I've just mentioned just now. On 19 May last year, the former Prime Minister announced that the Special Cabinet Committee on Anti-Corruption had agreed in principle to a political funding bill. Former Law Minister Datuk Sri Dr. Wan Junaidi also planned to table the political financing bill in October 2022, but not realized, however, due to some bills need to be refined first. And then, as we all know, the Parliament dissolved, and now we have a new government. So the new government was elected in November 2022. It was led by the Coalition of Hope or Pakatan Harapan, alongside one of the longest establishment, UMNO and Barisan Nasional, and the Borneo blocks. So the PH election offering or manifesto pledged to regulate political financing and to enact Political Financing Act. So as the newly elected Prime Minister, Datuk Sri Anwar Ibrahim, he has the track record of championing transparency and good governance and to fight against corruption. In his recent speech just last Friday, he mentioned that, the words corruption appear in his text 9 times. He also mentioned that corrupted practices has become systemic in Malaysia and reached a stage of affecting the government's administration and tainted the image of the nation. Then he announced that the Whistleblower Act will be amended so that the anti-corruption efforts will bear fruits. For your information, ladies and gentlemen, the Parliament of Malaysia has also made asset declaration of all MPs mandatory since 2019. At party levels, my party, People Justice Party, is the first party in Malaysia that made asset declaration of candidates mandatory, as witnessed in the recent election in November last year. Well, you can still check on the website and you will know how poor I am. So prior to the 2018, there were only 5 permanent and 2 temporary committees, select committees, that had been in operation. Currently, the select committees was expanded to 10 departmental select committees and 5 topical select committees. Thereon, apart from the more independent Parliamentary Account Committee, PAC, which by convention now should be chaired by the opposition, PSCs or Parliamentary Select Committees also started to play a more prominent role in the check and balance and scrutinizing the executive power. The PSCs related to our topic today include PSC on integrity and anti-corruption, as well as a caucus on Reform and Governance, who was led by then the opposition leader and now PM. Moving forward, I would like to quote a paper titled Financing Politics in Malaysia, Reforming the System, on their recommendations that apart from new laws governing political parties, there is a need to consider two additional points, namely institutional reforms of agencies responsible for monitoring the activities of parties and elections, and measures to ensure internal party elections as conducted in a manner devoid of deep monetization. I totally agree with what Dr. Bridget Welsh mentioned just now. We need to tackle the whole ecosystem and not just the part and parcel of it. So I am also the former Treasurer General of the current ruling party. I can testify that a multi-pronged approach is greatly needed to tackle the issues of monetization of politics. The voice of an MP who attains a certain social status in our respective area, country, as well as an important figure in our own political party, should play a more proactive role in legislative reform, institutional reform, as well as internal party election reform. So I would like to end here, and I welcome your comments and feedback later. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Lee Chen Chung. Before I continue with the discussion, also from the Member of Parliament, I will summarize a little bit on what has been explained, and then on the speech from Professor Adam Graeker. Election funding has the potential of corruption, especially those coming from donation and transaction. Therefore, an effort to ensure accountability and transparency is very important. Corruption is a multi-sector problem. It does not only involve those at the policy-making level, but also various sectors such as environment, fishery, and etc. Third, corruption follows opportunity, and this will be based on the motivated offender target and lack of capable guardian. Those parliaments have a critical role to ensure that the legislation are able to address this situation. On the speech from Dr. Bridget Wells, I can summarize: in order to fight and address all of the challenges, the fight against corruption, we need an ecosystem that could guarantee all sectors perform their function, and parliaments are one of the most important actors to play an active role through its law-making function. Elections are at the core of corruption. This involves social interaction and in our society, including clientelism, vote buying, bribery, and etc. Business politics nexus are on the rise, which bring the oligarch system is getting stronger. Political corruption has indeed influenced the extent to which democratic governance is effective or not. Thus, we need to address all of these problems together, especially Parliament, through the lawmaking oversight, both to parliaments and business involved in the political finance, and ensure check and balances are present. And from the last speaker, in order to ensure our fight against corruption, it is important to strengthen the control and monitoring political finance in all political processes, including through the effective judicial system for ensuring good governance. In Malaysia's experience, there was a trend that corruption becomes systematic. Now, of course, Malaysia Parliament has established a parliament body in charge of ensuring institutional reform to tackle the whole ecosystem needed for the anti-corruption efforts. Legislative reform is very critical. And then, of course, Honorable Lee Chen Chung has an experience as the treasurer for the party. So he knows the problem, and I think we should work together, and Parliament should do more action to combat the corruption. And of course, now I will give the time to invite the representative from the Parliament to give the interventions. There's 4 intervention. First one is from Thailand, second one is from Timor-Leste, third one is from Malaysia, and last one from Indonesia. Now I give the time to Thailand. Thailand, who will address the intervention, please. The time is yours.
เรียนท่านประธานและท่านผู้แทนผู้มีเกียรติสุภาพบุรุษและสุภาพสตรีทุกท่านครับขอบคุณที่ Seapac ได้เชิญคณะผู้แทนรัฐสภาไทยขอบคุณท่านประธาน Seapac และสมาชิกสภาผู้แทนราษฎรของสาธารณรัฐอินโดนีเซียเป็นอย่างยิ่งสำหรับการเป็นเจ้าภาพจัดประชุมนี้ขึ้นเพื่ออภิปรายในหัวข้อที่สำคัญและสำหรับการต้อนรับเป็นอย่างดีตั้งแต่ที่คณะผู้แทนเดินทางมาถึงอินโดนีเซียเราควรนำประเด็นที่เกี่ยวข้องกับการทุจริตมาพิจารณาวันนี้เนื่องจากประเด็นดังกล่าวเป็นประเด็นความท้าทายอย่างยิ่งในภูมิภาคเราขอเรียนอย่างนี้นะครับวันนี้คณะผู้แทนของประเทศไทยนั้นสมาชิกสภามาทั้ง2 ฝ่ายคือฝ่ายรัฐบาลและฝ่ายค้านตัวผมเองผมชื่อธีรชัยพันธุมาศเป็นสมาชิกสภาผู้แทนราษฎรของพรรคก้าวไกลซึ่งเป็นฝ่ายค้านอันดับที่2ของสภาผู้แทนราษฎรแห่งประเทศไทยและเราอีกหน้าที่หนึ่งก็คือเป็นโฆษกคณะกรรมาธิการคณะป้องกันและปราบปรามทุจริตประพฤติมิชอบสภาผู้แทนราษฎรขอเรียนแก่คณะผู้แทนของทุกท่านทุกประเทศเป็นอย่างนี้นะครับในเรื่องเกี่ยวกับการทุจริตคอร์รัปชันสิ่งที่เราจะต้องพิจารณานั่นก็คือเรื่องของความเป็นประชาธิปไตยและความโปร่งใสคือรัฐที่โปร่งใสตรวจสอบได้เป็นหลักสำคัญรวมถึงประชาชนซึ่งมีศักดิ์ศรีและเข้าใจการทุจริตไม่ดีอย่างไร3 องค์ประกอบนี้เป็น3 องค์ประกอบที่สำคัญสำหรับประเทศไทยนั้นเรายังมีปัญหาในเรื่องของความเป็นประชาธิปไตยของประเทศเราอยู่นั่นก็คืออำนาจอธิปไตยยังไม่เป็นของประชาชนอย่างแท้จริงอย่างที่ควรจะเป็นในประเทศที่เป็นประชาธิปไตยสมบูรณ์แล้วเรามีการถูกรัฐประหารมาทั้งหมด13 ครั้งครั้งล่าสุดก็คือวันที่22 พฤษภาคม 2557เรามีการใช้สืบทอดอำนาจโดยการร่างรัฐธรรมนูญให้กลไกของรัฐนั้นยังอยู่ภายใต้คณะรัฐประหารอยู่ยกตัวอย่างเช่นในส่วนรัฐสภาของประเทศไทยนั้นยังมีสมาชิกวุฒิสภา250 คนซึ่งมาจากเชื่อมโยงจากการแต่งตั้งของคณะรัฐประหารอยู่สมาชิกสภาผู้แทนราษฎรอีก500 คนมาจากการเลือกตั้งของประชาชนแต่สมาชิกวุฒิสภาสามารถที่จะมาโหวตเลือกตั้งนายกรัฐมนตรีได้และสิ่งเหล่านี้ทำให้ความเบี่ยงเบนอำนาจอธิปไตยยังไม่ได้เป็นของประชาชนแท้จริงเพราะว่ามันเบี่ยงเบนให้เป็นอำนาจรัฐประหารยังสามารถได้เปรียบในการที่จะตั้งรัฐบาลในการบริหารประเทศได้อยู่นี่คือสิ่งที่เกิดขึ้นในประเทศไทยที่มีปัญหาเรื่องประชาธิปไตยนอกจากนั้นก็ยังมีในเรื่องของการตั้งองค์กรอิสระเช่นคณะกรรมการป้องกันและปราบปรามทุจริตก็มีการเชื่อมโยงจากการแต่งตั้งคณะรัฐประหารอยู่องค์กรตรวจสอบศาลรัฐธรรมนูญองค์กรสิทธิมนุษยชนอื่นอีกหลายองค์กรก็เป็นการเชื่อมโยงยังไม่เป็นการตรวจสอบถ่วงดุลในองค์กรเหล่านี้ได้เลยนี่คือปัญหาประชาธิปไตยที่ทำให้เวลาจะตรวจสอบฝ่ายรัฐบาลจะทำให้การตรวจสอบยากขึ้นและทำให้กลไกการทุจริตประพฤติมิชอบนั้นไม่ได้ถูกการเปิดเผยอย่างที่ควรจะเป็นอย่างเช่นประเทศเสรีประชาธิปไตยเต็มใบที่ได้ทำมาแล้วนี่คือสิ่งที่รัฐสภาไทยยังเกิดนอกจากนี้ในส่วนของการออกกฎหมายซึ่งกฎหมายสำคัญเช่นกฎหมายปฏิรูปประเทศยังมีกลไกในรัฐธรรมนูญที่ออกให้วุฒิสภามีสิทธิ์ที่จะมาโหวตตั้งแต่ต้นนั่นก็ทำให้กฎหมายบิ่นเบือนในการที่จะไม่สามารถตรวจสอบการทุจริตของรัฐบาลได้เลย ทำให้ปัญหาการทุจริตของประเทศไทยในขณะนี้ค่อนข้างจะรุนแรงเป็นอย่างยิ่งนี่คือสิ่งที่ตัวผมเองเป็นตัวแทนของพรรคฝ่ายค้านและตัวแทนของกลไกที่อยากจะเปลี่ยนแปลงระบบนี้อย่างที่ท่านหลายท่านวิทยากรหลายท่านได้พูดขึ้นมาเราก็อยากเป็นอย่างนั้นและก็ตรวจสอบในรายย่อยขอเรียนอีกประเด็นหนึ่งก็คือในเรื่องของหลังจากที่เราไม่สามารถตรวจสอบในส่วนของการไทยรัฐได้ทำให้ทุกสิ่งทุกอย่างเวลามีการร้องเรียนมีการตรวจสอบก็จะเป็นเรื่องที่ไม่ถูกตรวจสอบในเวลาที่ควรจะเป็นและทำให้ปัญหาทุจริตของเรามืดมนประเด็นถัดมาเมื่อการที่สมาชิกวุฒิสภาเป็นจากการแต่งตั้งเข้ามาเลือกตั้งนายกรัฐมนตรีเป็นการเบี่ยงเบนเสียงของประชาชนแล้วเนี่ยมันก็ทำให้ประชาชนนั้นหมดหวังกับการที่จะเสนอตัวแทนเข้าไปประมาณเดือนพฤษภาปีนี้นะครับอีกประมาณ3 เดือนจะมีการเลือกตั้งสมาชิกสภาผู้แทนราษฎรของประเทศไทยผมในส่วนหน้าของฝ่ายค้านและเป็นตัวแทนพรรคก้าวไกลก็จะส่งและเสนอประเด็นของการแก้ไขการทุจริตคอร์รัปชันเหล่านี้เราเสนอการแก้ไขรัฐธรรมนูญเพื่อให้เป็นประชาธิปไตยอย่างแท้จริงเพื่อเอาอำนาจที่ไม่ใช่ประชาชนนั้นออกไปและให้เป็นประชาธิปไตยอย่างแท้จริงเราจะดำเนินตรงนี้เนี่ยนะฝ่ายค้านและเชื่อว่าประชาชนจะยอมรับเราประเด็นถัดมาที่อยากจะเรียนกับในส่วนของพี่น้องชาวอาเซียนก็คือรัฐบาลที่เปิดเผยสำหรับประเทศไทยเนี่ยมันมีมายาคติของสังคมไทยว่าการแก้ทุจริตต้องให้คนดีมาปกครองบ้านเมืองคืออาศัยตัวบุคคลซึ่งเป็นมายาคติมานานมากแต่ว่าในความเป็นจริงแล้วไม่ใช่เลยในความเป็นจริงจะต้องทำให้ข้อมูลของรัฐเนี่ยจำนวนมากได้รับการเปิดเผยให้ประชาชนเข้าถึงเพื่อตรวจสอบการทำงานภาครัฐได้ซึ่งของเรานั้นปิดค่อนข้างเยอะเมื่อไม่เปิดเผยการจะทำอะไรที่ไม่ถูกต้องสามารถทำได้ตรงนี้เป็นสิ่งสำคัญที่สุดเราคิดว่าเราควรจะต้องมีการแก้ไขให้เป็นรัฐเปิดเผยถ้ารัฐสภามาจากประชาธิปไตยจริงๆแล้วจะต้องแก้ไขตรงนี้นี่คือในสิ่งของสภาผู้แทนราษฎรที่ในสมัยหน้าเราจะทำอาการที่2คือข้อมูลที่รัฐเปิดเผยนั้นล่าช้าและไม่ได้ทำรูปแบบที่สามารถนำมาประมวลผลและใช้ต่อตรวจสอบได้สะดวกเช่นเปิดเผยเป็น PDF หรือรูปภาพแทนที่จะเป็นรูปแบบ Machine Readable หรือ Excel ซึ่งตรงนี้เราคิดว่าถ้าทำแบบนี้ได้ประชาชนจะเข้าถึงได้ง่ายข้อมูลที่รัฐเปิดเผยล่าช้าและที่สำคัญคือหน่วยงานภาครัฐโดยเฉพาะรัฐที่ตรวจสอบยากแล้วไม่ยอมเปิดเผยสัญญาที่ทำแก่เอกชนทำให้การตรวจสอบเอื้อประโยชน์กับกลุ่มทุนผูกขาดได้มากนั่นคือสร้างความเหลื่อมล้ำได้อีกและที่สำคัญอีกประการหนึ่งก็คือหน่วยงานของภาครัฐจะต้องอ้างบอกว่าข้อมูลนั้นเป็นข้อมูลลับจะต้องเก็บไว้ก่อนถ้าสิ่งเหล่านี้มีการเปิดให้เป็นข้อมูลมีการออกกฎหมายให้เปิดเผยและก็มีระบบจูงใจนะครับในทางกฎหมายให้จับผิดคนทุจริตได้เช่นยกตัวอย่างเช่นนะครับตรงนี้คือกฎหมายการมอบตัวก่อนการลดโทษให้กฎหมายคุ้มครองพยานที่ยังไม่เพียงพอนะครับตัวอย่างเช่นการทุจริตจะไม่ใช่เป็นคนคนเดียวนะครับจะเป็นหลายคนถ้าใครสามารถมอบตัวก่อนคนนั้นได้รับการลดโทษตรงนี้จะทำให้คนที่ร่วมกันทุจริตเนี่ยเกิดการสั่นคลอนได้ง่ายและระแวงกันเองจะทำให้เปิดเผยได้กฎหมายตรงนี้เราจะต้อง
Honorable Terachai, you can conclude your intervention,
โอ
please.
เคครับได้ครับแล้วก็เราต้องให้รางวัลแก่ประชาชนที่แจ้งเบาะแสทุจริตให้ด้วยในส่วนนี้ที่สำคัญเราต้องมีการปรับปรุงในส่วนของคณะกรรมการตรวจสอบให้ปปช.ให้ทำงานอย่างเป็นกลางและประชาชนอย่างแท้จริงนี่คือสิ่งที่ในฐานะของผมซึ่งเป็นตัวแทนรัฐสภาในฐานะฝ่ายค้านเราคิดว่าเราก็จะทำในภูมิภาคอาเซียนคือประเทศไทยเราต้องสร้างให้ในการเลือกตั้งข้างหน้าและเชื่อว่าเราน่าจะแก้ไขทุจริตไปด้วยกันในภูมิภาคอาเซียนและใน OPEC นะครับที่มาร่วมกันในทุกประเทศเราเชื่อว่าเราจะทำได้และแก้ไขทุจริตคอร์รัปชันไปด้วยกันครับ
Thank you. I think it's a very important intervention. First, it's very honest, and then you're from opposition, Honorable Terachai Puntunas. Is that? I hope I pronounce your name correctly. Please, there's 3 more intervention. If I could, I would like to ask you to make it brief, because I think we started late, and then we have until 11:15. I was told by the organizer. So I give the floor now to Timor-Leste. Timor-Leste, please.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairman of the Seapac, Mr. Fadlizon, Member of Parliament and participant. I think this is a very good opportunity for us, sharing and learning lesson about how to combat the corruption in our country. Thank you also to speakers, for 4 or 5 speakers. They already share a very important thoughts and also mechanism issues that we should see together in the future. Timor-Leste, as you know, that a new nation, we are in the process of consolidating, establishing institution, and also many things that we should do, namely legislation, and of course, these practices, corruption are also there. However, we are in the process of having laws to regulate those practices. We have actually passed 8 laws and 5 decree law, which reflected the measure and the prevent and combat corruption that focus on different areas, as revision of the statute of the prosecution office and the statute of judicial magistrates, criminal investigation organization, mining code, electoral administration bodies in the national and municipal level, local power, and the decentralization administrative and judicial organization reform, legal regime for procurement, public contract, and respective infractions, general basis of the organization of public administration, the review of the National Planning Agency, monitoring and evaluation, and the establishment of the Commission to fight against human trafficking and participation of the civil society and social audit. On our anti-corruption law, we also regulate about the asset declaration. That's why I would like also to know more lesson from my colleague speaker from Malaysia about asset declaration. In our country, it's an obligation for declaring asset, starting from president till the chief of department. So all people, should declare their asset and submit to the Supreme Court. This is in the process, but it is. I think it is important to ask to accompany as well expert from this forum. Also, if we are welcome you to accompany us how to implement this, law, so that we can improve in the future. So I would like to know from Malaysia in what level you regulate, or in what level declaration, asset declaration should apply, whether just in the level of the politician, a minister, or member of parliament, or but so that you can maybe you can share also with us. I would like also to get how to call it, materials that the speaker just presented to us. Maybe we can bring it with us to our country so that we can also learn. I think GOPAC is very important, Seapac. This forum is very important, so we do hope that in the future we can share and also share our practices, share the issues that we have. We have actually a lot of practices. I would like to know more also about this, corruption, particularly in the election, because we will have election. We'll have a campaign next 19th of April, and then we'll have election in 21st May this year. So that's why we would like also to see more about, to monitor how the practices, corruption can apply also in this election, next coming election.
Thank you.
Thank
Do you have, okay. Sure. And next from Malaysia.
Thank you, Honorable Mr. Chairman and Mr. Moderator. As for Malaysia, the new government identified that major corruption for political financing comes from public procurement. And tackle this issue, our PM, our Prime Minister, in his budget speech will introduce public procurement laws, as mentioned by my colleague Honorable Lee just now. And our Prime Minister also stressed that all government procurement must go for open tender, meaning no more direct negotiation. Project which had been identified is the most channel exposed to the corruption, whether for public service officers or politicians, and members of the executive or MP or politician. Anyway, our Prime Minister Pak Anwar has kick-started his corruption busting campaign, which we hope will reverse the culture of corruption in Malaysia. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Honorable On Abu Bakar. And now Indonesia, this time is yours.
Terima kasih yang terhormat Pak Ketua dan Moderator. Terima kasih atas kesempatan yang diberikan kepada saya. Salah satu masalah utama dalam pengaturan dana kampanye dalam pemilu adalah keterbatasan sumbangan dana kampanye. Di Indonesia, batasan donasi dana kampanye hanya berlaku untuk pihak ketiga, yaitu perorangan dan badan usaha swasta. Kita punya Undang-Undang Nomor 7 Tahun 2017 tentang pemilihan umum yang mengatur batasan sumbangan kampanye selama masa pemilihan. Sementara sumbangan untuk dana kampanye bersumber dari caleg itu sendiri dan para pihak tidak dikenakan batas maksimum iuran. Hasilnya, caleg atau partai politik yang memiliki sumber dana besar bisa memaksimalkan kemampuan keuangan untuk membiayai berbagai kegiatan kampanye. Sedangkan partai dan caleg yang tidak memiliki sumber dana memiliki keterbatasan dalam melakukan kegiatan kampanye, jadi ada ketimpangan dalam kampanye proses. Dalam hal ini, seorang kandidat kita selalu dihadapkan oleh peristiwa-peristiwa yang ada di lapangan, yang mana dalam kandidat ini diperuntukkan untuk selalu memperjuangkan, dia harus mewakili daerahnya dan mewakili yang telah diucapkan. Saya ingin bertanya kepada panelis, apakah ada rumusan mekanisme terbuka untuk menghitung batas donasi politik sehingga gap antar caleg tidak saling menghakimi dan tidak saling membuat perlakuan yang tidak baik di lapangan dan bisa dikurangi hal-hal yang seperti ini. Terima kasih.
Thank you, Honorable Ina Amania. And then This one is the last intervention I will give to the Secretary General of IPA. Maybe you should introduce yourself. This is brand new. She's a very the new IPA Secretary General. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Pak Putu. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good morning to everyone. Yes, it is indeed. I'm the new SecGen for the ASEAN Interparliamentary Assembly, and I've just started office less than 2 months ago. It is such a great honor. This is one of my first events to actually attend, and thank you to Seapac for inviting us. So just a little bit of, I guess, introduction with regards to IPA for those who actually are not aware or have just heard about it. So we are the sole parliamentary organization that is associated with ASEAN under the Annex 2 of the ASEAN Charter. And we aim to, in terms of encouragement and understanding, promote closer cooperation and close relations among the members of the parliaments in ASEAN member states, including our 20 observing countries currently that we actually have, and other parliamentary organizations. And it plays an instrumental role in supporting and facilitating the familiarization of policies aimed in realizing ASEAN goals and activities. And I'm actually quite glad to actually attend and also chair Dr. Fadli with regards to this, because one of our strategic plan is really to enhance good governance as well. And I look forward for us to actually have a stronger cooperation with IPA. And this is something that we would like to actually look into. And I acknowledge the expertise coming in from our knowledge, Dr. Bridget, and also YB, and also from University of Adelaide just now. Sharing from the experience has actually is a very good platform, especially for the MPs. And I do hope that we can actually work closer, Chair, for this, and something that we can actually share with our MPs as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And then now I think it's about 11 o'clock. We have 15 minutes now for the speaker that can probably answer or give more speech on the question that has been raised by the floor. There's five intervention. First one is from Honorable Terachai Puntunas. Second one is from Honorable Adriano Do Nascimento. Third one is from Honorable On Abu Bakar. The fourth one is from Hon Ina Amania. And the last one is from Honorable Siti Yanti. I know those two names. I know the first name and the last one. Yes. So now I give the floor to the speakers. First, to the probably from the online, Professor Adam Greker. Please, you have 5 minutes. I give you 5 minutes. Now it's 11 o'clock. It will be conclude this in 15 minutes. So if you can make in 3, it's better. Please.
Okay, thank you very much, and thank you for those comments. The most important thing really is to follow up something that Dr. Welch pointed out, and that is there is a whole ecosystem. It is not just laws about financing. They are part of it. And as I always say to my students, there is an old saying that says, if a piece of string has one end, then it has another end. And so we want to be able to find where the other end goes. In some ways, you don't fight corruption by fighting corruption. You fight corruption by developing better social systems, better environmental systems, more equity in a society, more senses of belonging. more senses of accountability. And all of these flow into many other different fields. So there is no one single magic bullet. When we look at things like the Global Corruption Perceptions Index, the CPI, we find countries like Denmark and Sweden are at the top of the list. However, if we go back 200 years ago, Denmark, Sweden were very, very corrupt societies. It took a long time. But what happened was there were changes in societal attitudes, an increase in wealth, leadership, government to talk about equity. And so what happens in those areas is there is a political transformation. So you people at this conference, you're parliamentarians, you're clearly involved in that political side. The other side, of course, is the bureaucratic side. And that means making sure that the people who administer the laws that you make are in a position to do so ethically. And what I do in some of the areas that I work in, we try and look at three big questions. First of all, how to make corruption harder to commit. Now, having the law is one thing, but having a culture is another. The second one is how to increase the risks of being caught for bad behavior, because sometimes people can do this with impunity. And the third one, a very important one, is to remove the excuses. Now, Dr. Welch talked about this a little, that people are poor. People need a bit of extra money. And so an excuse is, I am so poorly paid, everybody else does much better, we should be able to do better, one little bit on the side doesn't matter so much for me. So if we think of, being able to make it more difficult, increase the effort to be corrupt, increase the risk, remove the excuses, we then have a framework that I would be very happy to discuss in much more detail with people from different countries, because that applies differently in all countries. Because what Dr. Welch pointed out is sometimes there's corruption associated with need. But in many cases, there's also corruption associated with greed. So again, we separate out when's it for need, when's it for greed. If it's for need, there are ways which we can deal with it in terms of financing, labor relations, many areas. If it's for greed, then we're back to an ancient political impasse that we've had for a long time. And then we break down the sectors. We look at corruption in procurement, corruption, in financing, corruption in human resource management. So we're continually blending the bureaucratic with the political. And of course, you're talking about political financing. I said we've done a range of suggestions in our blueprint for action, but then that applies to Australia. There may be some lessons you can take from it, but I would never be so arrogant as to suggest how you run your country. I would only, be able and happy to assist in a framework that you can then make decisions that are important for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Groeker. And then now I give the time to Dr. Wells, please.
Thank you very much. And it's really, again, an honor to be here. I just want to pick up on a couple points from the interventions and just very briefly. I want to echo and reaffirm the comments from the speaker from Thailand, the need for democratic space. The fact is that at this table, at these conversations, we're not hearing enough from the worst performers in terms of corruption, places like Myanmar, places like Laos and others. And I think that The first step is indeed carving out democratic space for the elections that are coming. The second speaker from Timor spoke importance about sharing lessons. And I think this issue of sharing lessons is extremely important. The concrete discussions of YB Lee and others, I think there's much more depth that can be talked about, what can be done at particular components, not just about assets, but also the policies that are put in place to deal with civil service reform, which is a very important issue, changing implementation of governance and how to make those practices in the plans more effective. Many of these plans are good on paper, but they're not good in practice. And those lessons also have to come to the table in this conversation. The speaker from Indonesia spoke about the need to look at details in the bills and the details in terms of implementation. Again, I want to emphasize that there is no fixed formula for everyone. That I reaffirm that was this earlier speaker, Professor Grekar, who talks about the need to adjust to different contexts and different environments, and to recognize that there are different particular, Southeast Asia as a region may have a similar sets of problems, but not all the solutions are the same. And finally, as one of the only female speaker that was brought to this conference, it was very pleasant to see many other women who are actually speaking out and to encourage diversity. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Wells. You answer everyone. And then now the third speaker, please, Honorable Lee Chen Chung.
I'll be sharing the mic. So I will first address a specific question coming from our friend from Timor-Leste. First of all, we have to differentiate that asset declaration. It should be made open, and it's not just selective asset declaration, meaning that we have to make it open to the public scrutiny. That's important. It's not just submitting to your Prime Minister or our court, but it has to be made open to the public. And of course, it's also a legal document. So we are making a statutory declaration on our assets. So that's first point, and that's important. And secondly, if we broaden the horizon, maybe it shouldn't just be confined to ministers or MPs. Even candidates that are going to stand for election, it will be better if they are taking the initiative to declare the assets for public to scrutinize before election and after election. How's your wealth is growing, and how is the situation after you becoming minister? And the tracking can take a long time. Maybe for a span of 10 years, then you can see that difference. Of course, there are a lot of excuses even within the party and within the government. Some would say it's unsafe because I'm too rich, so I can't declare my my asset. And some others saying is that it make little difference to the people. People don't care about all these things. They care about jobs, they care about foods, they care about cost of living. Why are you doing all these things? But after all, my fellow colleagues, we all are the leaders in our own field. It's important to uphold this conviction that having more transparency, having more accountability will be good, not just for democracy, but also good for our nation in long term. But after all, speaking about all these things, it's also important to realize that for developing countries, it's equally challenging to fight corruption. I will also advocate a few practical solutions, for instance, public financing for political parties. Meaning political parties should be financed by the government so that they can run their daily operation and also to participate in election. Of course, there will be different formulas. Germany have their own way. Different countries will have a different methodology or formula. But as we say that not just cost of living is rising, but cost of running election is also rising. So I think it makes logical sense for public to partly subsidize a political party so that they can also be shielded from some corrupted practices. Last but not least, it's also important to put our focus on economic development. I believe that when the state of development is becoming, more advanced, then when people have more disposable income, we will be less prone to all these corrupted practices. Thank you.
Thank you. Please give a big warm applause to everybody. Now I will go to a few summaries that I would like to highlight. First, it's a fighting against corruption is not a solution without aggregating the effective ecosystem which involves the strong regulation, society participation, and effective transparency and accountability system. Democratic space is indeed for achieving good governance with effective government implementation, and there is indeed no fixed formula for addressing the problems of corruption. We need a multi-stakeholders and multi-efforts to address it all. Public scrutiny should be open and transparent. Everyone has a role to play, including parliaments, through our legislative and oversight function. And it's been an honor for me to moderate this first session. And I think the role of Parliament is very important. The role of us, the role of everybody is important to fight corruption. I think now is the time, and then everybody has optimism to fight corruption to the future. I think we have to find a better system. So I think to the future, we know there's a lot of challenging situation for the situation, how we can fight corruption in all sectors, especially in politics. But I think with our commitment from GOPEC, commitment from Seapac, and also commitment from ASEAN, IPA, and also the World Parliament, I think we can fight this together. I thank you. I'm Putu Supamarudana. I thank you. And then I think we have 5 minutes. I think everybody needs a break of 5 minutes. And after this, we will be continued by my colleague moderator, Miss Mrs. Diahroro will be here for the second session. And then I wish you can have your break for 5 minutes and we can continue. But now I will give back to our MC, Ibu Enda. Please, Ibu Enda.
Thank you, Pak Putu, for leading the discussion this morning. And some information, yes, actually tea and coffee are already served outside. You are free to take tea, coffee, and refreshment and come back to this room. And while waiting for Ibu Roro as a moderator to get ready, maybe I want to invite you all for a group photo. So everyone, please come to the stage and have a group photo. And then we'll come back to the second session. The photographer, please get ready.
Should we get a group photo, Bu Enda?
Yes, Pak. Everyone, we invite everyone here to get to the stage. Tolong protokol dibantu ya, Bapak Ibunya, untuk ini ke depan. Dan juga untuk posisi fotonya. Ya, semua aja Pak, semua. Please. Fotonya dari mana? Yang ini menggang. One, two, three. Once again. 1, 2, 3. Oh iya, oke. And now this time maybe what? Okay. Oh yeah. Okay. And this time maybe raise your right hand like this. Okay. My question. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Bu, ikut Bu. Delegasi Indonesia. It's okay. Bu Silvana juga nggak apa-apa Bu. Indonesia monggo, Bu juga join.
happened and how we can mitigate things like this. Today, we're fortunate to have the presence of the outstanding speakers who have been engaged with issues of green corruption. We will be learning from the experts on this regard. And let me kindly introduce our speakers. So firstly, we have Mr. Rafael Jimenez Aybar. He is the Environmental Democracy Advisor at Westminster Foundation for Democracy. Mr. Rafael has 15 years of experience supporting parliamentarians worldwide to advance environmental governance. He has also led the formulation and delivery of capacity building interventions to facilitate the exchange of best legislative practices. Today, Mr. Rafael will explore the discussions under the topic of environmental democracy as an antidote to green corruption. We've had a lot of experience with Mr. Rafael. We've met before as well online, and so it's refreshing to meet in person. And we have engaged in a lot of discussions with regards to particularly climate change, climate mitigation, and in all sorts of forms. And so welcome, Mr. Rafael. And we also have Mr. Juhani Grossman. He leads the Basel Institute's Green Corruption Program, which targets environmental degradation through an anti-corruption, asset recovery, and governance approach. He previously spent 9 years leading anti-corruption and good governance programs in Indonesia. And today, Mr. Grossman will join us virtually to deliver his presentation about Parliament's role in combating green corruption. So welcome, and thank you again for joining. And third, we also have Mr. Fitriadi Muslim on my right. He is the Director of Law and Regulation of the Indonesian Financial Transaction Reports and Analysis Center, or PPATK. He holds his master's degree on law from the University of Indonesia, one of the best universities here, and has been engaged with the issues of law and regulations, including those related to the anti-money laundering, counter-financing of terrorism. Today, Mr. Muslim will share with us about green financial crime and how to Bravo, Chair of GOPAC Global Task Force on Participation of Society in Open Parliament. Welcome. He flew all the way here. I think it was around a 30 or so hour flight he was mentioning to me, so we're very happy to have you here. He's traveling in 2 days' time, so let's make this session a very good one. He was also a Buenos Aires Member of Parliament, Undersecretary for Strategic Planning, and now is the Chief of Cabinet of the Trade Secretary Ministry of Economy of the Argentine Republic. An amazing experience, I would say, and he has led the Foundation of Strategic Dialogue since 2011. Today, Professor Rodrigo will give a keynote address to give us a background for our discussion and share about how the GOPAC Global Task Force on Participation of Society and Open Parliament could strengthen partnership in really just eradicating and combating the issue of green corruption. So, without further ado, Professor Rodrigo, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you very much for your presentation, and let me first say thanks to GOPAC and Seapac for the invitation. I am the chair of the GTF on participation of society and open government, and I brought a presentation. Perhaps if we can share it, because I'm going to speak about open parliament as a strategy to fight against corruption. First, I'd like to say is at GTF, participation of society and open parliament. We have the next slide, please. We have an Indonesian member, Mr. Mardani Ali Sera, and a Fiji member that I think, I thought he was here, but oh,
He's there.
you're there. Because we have met by Zoom only, and okay, we'll
Now
speak
you meet in person.
afterwards. Please, next slide. Okay, I would like to introduce you the case of Argentina in fighting against corruption, particularly on open parliament experience. First of all, let me tell you that Argentina is a federal state. It's a big country, one of the, it is the 8th country in terms of square meters in the world. And we have a federal organization with 23 provincial states and one capital. The capital is an autonomous city. It was to be a municipality, a local government, until the constitutional reform in 1994, and then become an autonomous city. Okay, that is nearly a province in terms of autonomy. We have a legislative power with 2 chambers, a Senate and a Chamber of Representatives. We call it Cámara de Diputados de la Nación. I'm sorry we speak Spanish in Argentina. And the model of our constitution and our organizational our constitutional organization is the American model. Yes, the model of the American Constitution. So an executive power, presidentialist power, yes, and legislative power with two chambers, the Senate and the House of Representatives, and each chamber has different ways of composition and representation, because the Senate represents the provinces and the city of Buenos Aires, and the Chamber of Deputies of Representatives represents the people. Let's go to the next slide. I choose to show you the logos in order to show you the different number of members. Yes, in the Senate we have 72 members. That's 3 members for each province and 3 for the capital city. Yes, and that 3 are 2 for the majority party and 1 for the first minority party. Okay, so it's that determines how they discuss and how they decide the Senate. And the representative chamber has 257 members, and the number is linked to the population of each province. So the biggest province of Argentina has 70 members, and the smallest has 5 members. Yes, but in the Senate, all of them has 3 members. Okay, it's just like the American model of the legislative power. Please, let's go to the next slide. Okay, I was speaking with the Philippines representative in the break about the constitutional reform. Okay, because they have told me that they are, well, studying or something like that process in Philippines. In Argentina, the constitution was written in 1853, and it was reformed, completely reformed in 1994. Okay, so some new articles were included in 1994, and one of them is this one, the Article 41, that is the environmental constitutional provisions, that of course has some concepts, new concepts that didn't exist in 1853, like the sustainable development. This article of the Constitution asks the Parliament to build some laws that didn't exist before, some protection law, and there is something new in the legal framework, in the Argentine legal framework at that moment in 1994. That was the obligation of recomposition of the environmental damage. Yes, please next. Okay, the lawmaking procedures in Argentina. There is a normal procedure established for regular laws. Both chambers must participate on the legislation process, and of course that discussion ends on the role of the executive power that can make a veto or can decide that law becomes into the legislation. And I take some words of Mr. Adam Graycar of the first session, who spoke about making and implementing the law. Yes, and that corruption follows opportunity, he said. And yeah, you have two different moments where corruption can appear on the process of elaboration of the laws in the legislative power, but strongly in the process of ruling that law in the executive power. So the Constitution also says that there are some specific draft of law that must begin in one particular chamber. For example, the budget law, the general budget law that the Parliament has to vote every year, must begin at the Chamber of Representatives. And for example, the co-participation expenses, the co-participation incomes must be discussed first in the Senate. Yes, there are some specific laws that must begin in one chamber. In 1994, some particular institutions of the democracy were included in the text, like the popular initiative. That is it's a way. It's a tool for people to participate on the generation of a draft of law. The popular initiative requires 1.5% of the population to sign the intention to present a draft of law at the Chamber of Deputies. Yes, and after 1.5% of the population wants to put in discussion a draft of law, the Chamber of Deputies has the obligation to do it, not to approve it, but to discuss the point in the term of 1 year. Okay, some legislation has become some draft of law has become law after this process, and the other one is the popular consultation that allows both the executive power but the legislative power to put into consideration of the population some draft of law they are discussing. This procedure was very important, for example, in Argentinian history, in order to avoid a very big conflict we had with the Republic of Chile about 3 small islands in the south of the continent. Yes, there was a claim of Chile and also of Argentina about the sovereignty of those 3 islands. We were going into war, and a popular consultation made by President Raúl Alfonsín at that moment put into consideration of the society we should accept or not the decision of the Vatican, that was the mediator between two countries, and the popular consultation result made the executive power of that moment to take a decision accepting the decision of the Vatican City. Next, please. Okay, about open parliament procedures. This is rather new for Argentina. We began with this process in 2016, 7 years ago. The House of Representatives, the Chamber of Deputies, created the Modernization, Transparency, Innovation and Democratic Informants Program, and the Open Parliament Network as a link with NGOs specialized on parliament monitoring. You are watching in every slide to a logo of Fundación Diálogos Estratégicos. That is one of that NGOs that are part of this Open Parliament Network that was created by the House of Representatives. In 2018, the House of Representatives created the platform on open data. Yes, and 2019 to 2021, yes, the first platform of open draft of law began to work. This is important because in 2019 we had a change of government and a change of party in charge of government, but the program, yes, was followed. So it's a kind of acceptation of both big parties, yes, about that this is a policy that must continue. Please, next, I'm finishing. You have here a link. Let's go to the next one. This is how you can see when you go into the link in the slide before. This is the way you can participate. You as a citizen can participate on the process of discussing a draft of law. So of course this procedure is optional, it's not compulsory for the members of parliament. Okay, but members of parliament can open to the public and to NGOs the discussion about a draft of law. Yes, and a citizen or an NGO have to register. Yes, and a citizen or an NGO can show in which article or which concept he wants to discuss, and he can discuss through the net, giving the opinion or a suggestion, or discussing with an advisor or with the MP if he or she is attending the session at that moment. Okay, There you have the link, and you have it in the previous slide. Next slide, please. Okay, some subjects related to green corruption that were or are being discussed in this procedure, open parliament and open laws. Yes, food sovereignty. This is an important subject, important issue in Argentina because we are producers of food. So this is an important issue and an important issue where corruption can be fought with these procedures. Humidity natural areas, ley de humedales, we say, and how to proceed when some natural areas that should be protected are invaded or are attacked in order to include these areas into productive activities. Another subject we are discussing through these new procedures is the use of renewable energies and how the transition to renewable energies is monitored by specialized NGOs or the public in general. There is a strong compromise of the Secretary of Energy of the executive power in order to share information with the public. And last. Next. Okay. So I remark some results in this short period of 6 or 7 years. There's more engagement between MPs and citizens. That's really important. Growth of participation, even during the pandemic of COVID. Yes, intensive use of TICs, NGOs as multiplicants, open data and transparency preventing green corruption. Okay, that's all, and I'll wait for your opinions, and I'm here to participate. Thank you very much.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Mr. Rodrigo, for that keynote, very insightful keynote speech, mentioning about the fact that there needs to be a regulation for environmental preservation and transparency for public accountability. You spoke about open parliament as well, and how there has been a reformation of the Constitution in 1994, where there are new articles which really very much focuses more on sustainable development and enforcing not only the government but parliamentarians to really just act on and implement policies that can help achieve the sustainable development goals, right? So this is something that is very insightful and very inspiring, I think, for a lot of countries. And just to share, because you mentioned as well about the open parliament system, in which Indonesia is also, we also have this system in place. So the society and the public have the opportunity to participate and comment, give feedback on the policies that are currently being discussed. But of course, as you mentioned as well, there needs to be a lot of improvements, right, going forward. So thank you very much. This has become a very important learning experience as well for all of us. And as well as Pak Mardani, we know that he is also a member, an active member, as Mr. Rodrigo has mentioned. So I'm very proud as well to have him on board in discussions that have already taken place. So now we would like to extend the floor to Mr. Rafael. So you have 15 minutes to deliver your remarks, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. On behalf of Westminster Foundation for Democracy, and it's an absolute pleasure and honor to be here, to be able to contribute to this Seapac session on green corruption and in such distinguished company. So I'd like to introduce the notion of environmental democracy as a conceptual background to the discussion, somehow building on this idea that was put forward earlier on by Dr. Welsh and Professor Graycar on this ecosystem that is needed to combat corruption. So let's look at the vision of environmental democracy. The foundations for this approach, for this vision, were established in Principle 10 of the Rio Declaration, which emerged from the United Nations Conference on the Environment and Development in 1992, the Earth Summit. It reads as follows. If we can put the first slide, please. The second now. One more, please. Thank you. So it reads, environmental issues are best handled with the participation of all concerned citizens at the relevant level. At the national level, each individual shall have appropriate access to information concerning the environment that is held by public authorities, including information on hazardous materials and activities in their communities, and the opportunity to participate in decision-making processes. States shall facilitate and encourage public awareness and participation by making information widely available. Effective access to judicial and administrative proceedings, including redress and remedy, shall be provided. Some of these fundamental concepts related to environmental democracy were embedded in Article 6 of On Action for Climate Empowerment, or ACE, of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change in 1992, as well as in the other two Rio Conventions. And the importance of this vision has also been embedded in other international frameworks, such as the 2015 Sustainable Development Goals. Next slide, please. So we see that there are three critical rights that form the pillars of environmental democracy. We have the notion of transparency, that is the right to freely access information on the environment, because openness and transparency are required to help citizens, civil society, the media, businesses, and the courts, and the international community understand what's happening in relation to the environment and how governments are responding. And we have the second pillar, principle of right of participation, the right of citizens to participate meaningfully in environmental decision-making. The public, particularly the most affected by climate change and environmental degradation, need to be able to voice their concerns and influence policymaking for the right decisions to be made and for the decisions to have legitimacy. And finally, we have the pillar of environmental justice, that is access to justice to enforce environmental laws, as well as to seek redress or compensation from wrongdoing. Because if enforcement of environmental legislation and treaties is to have meaning, and people's human rights are to be respected, particularly the rights of indigenous groups and environmental defenders, then there must be effective mechanisms for challenging the action or the inaction of governments enacting as environmental stewards. Next slide, please. So WFD launched its Environmental Democracy Initiative in 2020, and it is now mainstreaming environmental issues across our portfolio. This move was predicated on the realization that, firstly, there are strong linkages between actions to address climate and environmental crisis and actions to strengthen democracy. And secondly, because in fact both issues are interdependent. Because of this correlation, corruption and policy capture due to collusion with vested interests are major drivers of environmental degradation and incoherent policies more broadly. Natural resource sectors, including minerals, oil and gas, energy, water, forestry, wildlife, and fisheries, are highly vulnerable to corruption due to the revenues generated by resource exploitation, management, and trade. So when we launched the initiative, we wanted to understand these dynamics a bit better and how they play out in different parts of the world, and engage inter alia with U4, the Anti-Corruption Resource Center based in Norway, to enrich our thinking. Southeast Asia is a region rich in natural capital. This natural capital accounts for a large share of national wealth, while sustaining the livelihoods of local communities. However, countries in ASEAN are facing major challenges to their environment, national prosperity, and well-being, because environmental crime, illegal wildlife trade, illegal timber trade, and land use change driven by agriculture, mining, and land grabbing are major challenges across the region. ASEAN countries continue to post some of the highest annual rates of illegal logging, land use change, and loss of ecosystems and biodiversity worldwide. They also show a low rate of penetration of clean energy due to multiple factors, including policy capture and vested interests in fossil fuels. So even where, for example, hydropower is being developed, the energy mix can be subject to conflicts of interest around tendering, collusion, and the neglect of local communities' human rights. Next slide, please. So let's go back now to the 3 pillars of environmental democracy. How does corruption interfere with these 3 access rights? Well, in the first place, corruption undermines access to information about the state of the environment in a number of ways, all of which result in a disincentivization of the release of timely and reliable data on environmental performance, natural resource use, and also on extractive-focused economic development projects, and their benefits, or indeed their drawbacks. This makes it much harder to ensure that the appropriate policies are aligned with environmental goals. A number of initiatives have tried to improve access to information and transparency of data around natural resource use and natural resource-based economic development, but opacity is very much the rule in many countries. We must also view this considering the recent trends towards de-democratization and rising authoritarianism in a number of places. Investigative journalism, for example, in the context of the UK-supported GECO project in the Indonesia for Sale reporting around the use of shell companies to hide earnings from large-scale deforestation driving projects in Papua province would be an example. It's true that there are initiatives at the national level that aim to enhance access to information about the environment in corruption-prone sectors in certain countries, like, for example, again in Indonesia, the One Map, One Data policy, and which collate all the environmental data change across a number of land-based sectors. But researchers are finding that these initiatives can be easily hobbled, weakened, when the wider context for anti-corruption efforts becomes more constrained, so that the original notions of making this data available and freely accessible to anyone, including members of the public, may be backtracked on if the political climate around anti-corruption changes, regardless of any legal provisions in place that this information should have been available or provided proactively by the authorities. So there is a gap in enforcement, which is why this meeting is important, because you parliamentarians are uniquely placed to push for enforcement of these anti-corruption laws. Corruption also undermines the access to participation. It can reinforce top-down decision-making or decision-making among very few actors, often taking place rather informally in relations between economic and political actors. This constrains access to participation, but precisely how it does it depends on the form and the structure of the corruption in place. In some places, it can be organized quite hierarchically, organized in a top-down manner, but in other contexts, it can be much more dispersed and disorganized. Policy network analysis is a methodology that is being used to track the coal sector in developing countries, including Indonesia, to understand the networks of policy influence work in relation to the thermal coal sector, how it works in Indonesia, and how that influences environmental decision-making. And finally, corruption also constrains access to justice on environmental matters in 2 main ways. Corruption can affect policies and laws so that they are unjust from the social and environmental perspective right from the start. And secondly, corruption in the justice system and legal enforcement efforts can also undermine any effort to bring legal remedies for injustices, which manifest by strategic litigation. The Indonesian Corruption Eradication Commission, KPK, has been very active launching anti-corruption prosecutions in the forest sector over the past decade. And many of the cases have been prosecuted, and there have been actually some noticeable prosecution successes. So I would encourage parliamentarians to engage with them and similar bodies in their countries, with experts, to see whether more can be done to prosecute firms and individuals surrounding these cases, and how these cases relate to other issues, particularly party funding, and to pay attention to what type of broader social support there is for this kind of prosecution work. Next slide, please. So I will not delve too much into the sort of domestic activity that parliamentarians could undertake. I'm sure that the next speaker, Mr. Grossman, will look into this more closely. But I would like to propose that it is important that parliamentarians can be part of the problem or part of the solution. So in some cases, parliaments cannot be said to work in the public interest because of corruption and other interests. So the problem is how to incentivize actors in the systems to change the system when they benefit from the status quo. However, incremental change can be advanced through strategic litigation and through alliances, as has been said before, between activist legislators and new political or civil society movements. And it has been interesting to follow the work in the UK of British MPs Margaret Hodge and Andrew Mitchell on beneficial ownership transparency for UK overseas territories as an example of this new legislation and its adoption and implementation, which in fact are political processes that require a lot of hard work over the long term, but also require and relate to many other policy priorities and interests which need to be brought into the picture. Secondly, empowering society would transform the context in which corruption occurs. This is why it would be very important to put in place legislation to ensure that participation becomes the norm when it comes to environmental decision-making and climate action. Combating corruption would be not the only reason to do this, for instance, but it would be important to provide a legal basis and an ambitious vision to national actions under the UNFCCC Action for Climate Empowerment, or ACE, to deliver the Glasgow Work Programme on ACE adopted at COP26 in Edinburgh. It is, in Glasgow. It is true that it would be very beneficial to combat corruption, but on top of that, enhancing participation will actually become politically indispensable if countries really try to deliver on their ever more ambitious and disruptive climate and biodiversity commitments. So if their lifestyles are going to change, people will expect to be told why and to have a say on how. And politicians will need to secure a strong mandate from people to advance these reforms. Next slide, please. So the second way forward I propose is, in fact, strengthening environmental democracy regionally as the antidote against green corruption. Because at the root of this problem, we often find public and private collusion or the fusing of economic and political power, which is not the same thing as collusion, where the economic and political powers are essentially the same. The solution to both requires, firstly, structural state reforms to try and separate the private economic interest from public interest. In other words, we need more transparency. We need a stronger first pillar of environmental democracy in ASEAN. This could be reforms related to political party financing, reforms about making clear who stands behind economic interest so that they can be better regulated in the public sphere, and that is to say, enhance beneficial ownership transparency. Also, more and more non-state actors are pursuing opportunities for regulatory and legal reform through the use of strategic litigation, but also investigative journalism and international advocacy campaigns that link up networks of actors working on similar issues in different places. The state's effort to stamp out corruption can be reinforced by these broader societal developments in terms of media campaigns, NGO campaigns, and journalism that all come together to create momentum for reform. It is clear that civil society organizations are playing a critical role around the world in fighting green corruption and environmental degradation more broadly. They are playing this role even at the cost of their lives. Global Witness reports that the number of environmental defenders assassinated every year keeps on growing, and some ASEAN countries have some of the world's worst figures. This is why strengthening and protecting them could make a big difference to enhance their beneficial participation in decision-making in political life. In parallel, as I mentioned, people's participation in decision-making on the environment is going to become politically indispensable if countries really intend to deliver on their multilateral commitments. So we need a second pillar of environmental democracy that is strengthened in ASEAN as well. The 2010 Bali guidelines of the UN Environment Programme, UNEP, provide guidance to developing national and subnational legislation informed by environmental democracy principles. However, given the seriousness of the matter, in other regions of the world, the principles of environmental democracy have been embedded comprehensively in regional legal instruments, including the Aarhus Convention in 1998, where 47 parties across Europe and Central Asia come together, and in 2018, the Escazú Agreement with 22 signatories across Latin America and the Caribbean, with new provisions focused on protecting environmental human rights defenders. These regional environmental democracy agreements, or REDAs, are vital to strengthen national ownership of environmental democracy principles and empower civil society organizations, because they are helpful to raise local awareness of environmental rights. They can reflect regional challenges and priorities, like in this case, in terms of protection of environmental activists in Latin America, and because they codify explicit commitments of countries and lead to the development of domestic legislation that is favorable to environmental democracy, and because they trigger a conducive regional dynamic of peer pressure. So while Europe and Latin America and the Caribbean already have a REDA, neither Africa nor Asia have developed any REDAs, despite being home of some of the Earth's most critically endangered ecosystems, and with some countries relatively strong performance in different environmental democracy indicators. This is why I would very much like to invite legislators present here to consider the relevance of pushing for the adoption of a regional environmental democracy agreement in ASEAN, in partnership with regional cooperation bodies and CSOs, as an indispensable building block of regional efforts to stamp out green corruption. The situation of environmental defenders is not as bad here as it is in Latin America, so perhaps the focus of REDA in ASEAN could be combating green corruption. WFD cooperates with the secretariats of Aarhus Convention and the Escazú Agreement, and we would be delighted, together with many other transparency organizations, to accompany you to champion this initiative. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rafael, for that very, very interesting presentation. I think we learned a lot as well from what you have conveyed to us. I think we all can agree that environmental crimes and corruption are threatening the livelihoods of people and citizens all over the world. It's national prosperity as well as environmental well-being, and I think it was very important that we now understand what the three pillars of environmental democracy consist of, that being transparency, participation, as well as justice. And we do like to also commend the work that the Westminster Foundation for Democracy have presented in a lot of different cases and opportunities. And I think the implementation of all of these pillars are very vital in creating a sustainable future for all, and moving on to also the kinds of solution that can be presented. And again, that extends to how all sectors, multiple sectors, can work together in enacting not only policies, but also making sure that the government is also playing its role in creating this open system in ensuring that the environmental democracy does happen. So thank you very much. And now we would like to go to our next speaker, Mr. Fitriadi Muslim. Please, the floor is yours. You have as well 15 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderators. Allow me to speak and deliver my presentation in Bahasa. Pertama-tama, ingin menyampaikan ucapan terima kasih dan salam hangat dari Kepala PPATK, Bapak Dr. Ivan Yustia Pandana, yang kebetulan pada saat yang bersamaan harus memimpin delegasi Indonesia menghadiri sidang FATF di Paris. Karena itu beliau menyampaikan permohonan maaf dan berharap event ini dapat terselenggara dan menghasilkan sesuatu yang bermanfaat. Yang kami hormati Presiden Seapac dan seluruh peserta conference. Sebuah kehormatan bagi PPATK diberikan kesempatan untuk sharing atau berbagi, menjelaskan mengenai green financial crime, terutama dalam kaitan dengan memperkuat upaya-upaya legislatif dan juga kolaborasi parlemen untuk mewujudkan green financial crime. Bapak Ibu, para peserta konferensi yang kami hormati, mohon ditampilkan tayangan kami. Next slide, please. Bapak Ibu yang kami hormati, kalau kita lihat apa yang disampaikan oleh FATF ya, mereka juga, FATF ini adalah badan yang mengeluarkan standar internasional di bidang pencegahan dan pemberantasan money laundering dan juga pendanaan terorisme serta pencegahan pendanaan proliferasi. Di dalam guidance-nya PT menyebut juga mengenal ya financial crime sebagai salah satu tindak pidana asal daripada money laundering. Tindak pidana asal atau environmental crimes di situ disebut melingkupi perkebunan, kemudian industri ekstraktif, kemudian perlindungan terhadap satwa liar, fauna, termasuk juga minerba. Dan berdasarkan catatan dari FATF, proceed of crime yang terkait dengan environmental crimes ini cukup besar, yaitu sekitar 110 hingga 281 miliar dolar per tahun. Slide berikutnya. Ini menggambarkan bahwa environmental crime itu terkait dengan beberapa kejahatan juga ya. Jadi environmental di sini baik itu illegal logging, illegal mining maupun wasted trafficking ya. Itu bisa terkait dengan kejahatan tindak pidana korupsi ya. Terkait dengan suap menyuap, kemudian penerbitan izin maupun sertifikat yang terkait dengan lingkungan, di mana di dalamnya terjadi tindak pidana korupsi. Kemudian ada juga smuggling, kemudian ada terorisme juga, kemudian beberapa juga terkait dengan human trafficking dan juga smuggling. Kita punya cerita terkait dengan cash benzina ya, di mana di dalamnya juga terdapat para pekerja-pekerja yang kerja paksa, kerja gelap gitu, seperti itu. Kemudian ada juga kejahatan-kejahatan environmental lain ya, termasuk illegal wildlife trade, perdagangan satwa liar yang dilindungi, termasuk juga tax crime. Ini kami ambil dari UNODC, Crypto, untuk menjelaskan, karena tadi banyak cerita tentang environmental corruption. Kita dudukkan dulu posisinya ya. Environmental crime sebagai sebuah tindak pidana asal yang juga menghasilkan hasil kejahatan yang kemudian bisa dicuci, disamarkan dengan berbagai upaya pencucian uang sehingga seolah-olah tampak berasal dari sumber yang sah. Next slide. Berdasarkan Undang-Undang 8 2010, kita juga sudah menyatakan beberapa kejahatan di bidang kehutanan, lingkungan hidup, dan juga kelautan dan perikanan sebagai tindak pidana asal daripada money laundering. Undang-undang di Indonesia terkait dengan pencegahan dan pemberantasan tindak pidana pencucian uang menganut sistem list of crime dan juga threshold ya. Jadi ada beberapa kejahatan yang kita nyatakan sebagai tindak pidana asal money laundering, di mana kejahatan-kejahatan tersebut manakala menghasilkan uang yang kemudian dicuci, disamarkan dengan berbagai tindakan pencucian uang, itu maka juga bisa dituntut melakukan pencucian uang. Termasuk yang terakhir, ini adalah segala kejahatan yang diancam dengan pidana 4 tahun atau lebih. Lanjut, ini tren pencucian uang ya. Next slide please. Ya, jadi ini tipologi pencucian uang terkait dengan pursuit of crime di bidang lingkungan hidup dan kehutanan ya. Di antaranya dengan memanfaatkan jasa keuangan baik formal maupun informal ya untuk menyembunyikan menyamarkan uang hasil kejahatan tersebut. Kemudian kita juga mendeteksi ada upaya-upaya pencucian uang dengan cara commingling, menggabungkan uang hasil kejahatan ya di dalam front companies di perusahaan-perusahaan, melakukan misuse di mana kemudian uang hasil kejahatan itu bercampur dengan aktivitas yang sah. Ini upaya pencucian uang. Kemudian yang ketiga melakukan upaya pencucian uang dengan kompleks structure ya. Misalnya melibatkan professional money laundering, kemudian trust, dan juga melakukan transfer penyembunyian uang hasil kejahatan di beberapa teritori di luar ya, termasuk di negara-negara tax havens country. Lanjut. Ini sekedar informasi ke para peserta konferensi yang kami hormati. Indonesia, sebagaimana juga negara-negara lain, melakukan penilaian risiko. Ada penilaian risiko nasional dan juga sektoral yang dilakukan. Kegiatan penilaian risiko yang terakhir kita lakukan itu tahun 2021. Dan berdasarkan hasil penilaian risiko menunjukkan bahwa kejahatan di sektor kehutanan, kemudian juga lingkungan hidup, ya berdasarkan hasil penilaian risiko yang dilakukan tahun 2021, ini tingkat risikonya medium, ya kira-kira menengah, sekitar 5,19 dan juga 5,12. Lanjut. Nah, ini hal yang sangat penting bagi kerja-kerja financial intelligence ya. Bagaimana kami dalam proses kerja-kerja intelijen di bidang keuangan itu bisa melakukan proses analisis dan pemeriksaan yang efektif. Ya, karena itu kita membutuhkan informasi-informasi, diantaranya informasi mengenai company legal company dan juga BO, serta juga kaitan dengan pekerja ya. Untuk legal company, kemudian BO, kita sudah punya sistem dan alhamdulillah PPATK selaku Financial Intelligence Center memiliki akses untuk melihat data tersebut. Kemudian kaitan dengan environmental crime juga ya, untuk peran Financial Intelligence Unit, kita membutuhkan data-data terkait dengan informasi ekspor impor barang ya, atau PIB. Ini alhamdulillah kita juga bisa mendapatkan informasi tersebut, sekalipun tidak seperti informasi legal company ataupun BO yang bisa secara langsung ya. Untuk yang PIB ini masih tidak langsung. Kemudian kita juga dalam proses analisis dan pemeriksaan memanfaatkan informasi-informasi yang terbuka ya, seperti misalnya internet dan juga telepon record. Kemudian metode-metode pembayaran, kemudian informasi mengenai real estate dan juga aset-aset yang terkait. Kemudian informasi pajak serta informasi mengenai perjalanan orang ya, travel entry. Kita juga punya, alhamdulillah, PPATK juga mendapatkan informasi terkait dengan SINKIM ya, Sistem Informasi Keimigrasi, terkait dengan lalu lintas orang masuk dan juga keluar teritori Indonesia. Informasi-informasi ini akan sangat berharga bagi PPATK untuk melakukan analisis terkait dengan indikasi TPPU yang berasal dari tindak pidana environmental crime atau lingkungan hidup. Lanjut. Bapak Ibu yang kami hormati, tadi saya sudah menyampaikan bahwa kita melakukan penilaian risiko. Dalam proses penilaian risiko kita juga melakukan kegiatan pestle analysis. Pestle analysis itu adalah kegiatan di mana kita mengundang pakar atau expert ya, di bidang, salah satu di bidang environmental, untuk lihat hasil NRA yang ada. Dan berdasarkan pestle analisis tersebut mengemuka ya, ini berkaitan dengan BO, kita memiliki kesulitan ya untuk bisa mengakses informasi BO yang lebih akurat ya, terutama yang terkait dengan perusahaan di luar ya. Kemudian cooperations ya, kita lihat juga kerjasama antar negara, terutama dalam kaitan dengan MLA itu masih ada kendala ya, terutama untuk kaitan dengan penelusuran aset dan juga pengungkapan money laundering ya dari tindak pidana asal lingkungan hidup. Kemudian foreign affiliated ini juga salah satu catatan dari expert. Kemudian business permit ini kaitan dengan izin-izin yang dikeluarkan oleh otoritas yang berwenang di bidang lingkungan ya. Ya umumnya kita juga melihat ada penyalahgunaan izin-izin yang diberikan, baik itu dalam kaitan dengan luas maupun jumlah ya, dan beberapa diantaranya perizinan-perizinan terkait dengan pemanfaatan sumber daya ya, itu juga banyak yang fake ya, palsu. Kemudian natural resources ini kita juga melihat Indonesia cukup kaya ya dengan sumber daya minerba, dan kita melihat juga banyak penyalahgunaan di situ ya. Ini yang dicatat dalam konteks NRA untuk fokus environmental factor. Kemudian kita beralih ke legislative function. Bisa slide berikutnya. Saya coba percepat, Ibu. Ya, ini yang kita lihat peran parlemen ya, bisa melakukan inisiatif-inisiatif dan juga terlibat dalam proses pembahasan peraturan undang-undangan. Kemudian menetapkan peraturan undang-undangan, termasuk juga ini kaitan dengan binding international agreement ya, artinya melakukan pengesahan ataupun ratifikasi terhadap perjanjian-perjanjian internasional yang memang membutuhkan persetujuan daripada parlemen. Lanjut, ini beberapa fungsi parlemen yang kami lihat dari beberapa sumber ya. Kami melihat parlemen memiliki peranan yang sangat strategis, sangat penting, baik itu terkait dengan control policy making, control policy executing, kemudian pengawasan terkait dengan budget atau control budgeting, kemudian kontrol terkait dengan implementasi anggaran yang sudah ditetapkan, kemudian kontrol ataupun pengawasan terkait dengan kinerja pemerintah ya, di mana PPATK juga diminta secara reguler untuk melaporkan kinerja kepada parlemen, termasuk juga kontrol ataupun pengawasan terkait dengan penunjukan beberapa pejabat yang memang berdasarkan ketentuan itu harus melalui persetujuan DPR. Nah, kaitan dengan legislative measure yang kami lihat, bisa slide berikutnya. Kami lihat setidaknya ada 3 ya, yang 2 yang perlu dilakukan. Pertama, memperkuat aset recovery ya. Ini bisa dalam konteks mempercepat penetapan atau pengesahan peraturan undang-undangan, khususnya rancangan undang-undang tentang perampasan aset terkait dengan tindak pidana bagi PPATK dan juga beberapa instansi. Keberadaan rancangan undang-undang tentang perampasan aset terkait dengan tindak pidana atau yang memperkenalkan non-conviction based asset forfeiture ini sangat penting ya, di mana memang kadangkala yang ketemu itu hanya asetnya. Kalau selalu dikaitkan dengan pemidanaan, kita akan kesulitan untuk bisa memulihkan aset yang ada. Kemudian beberapa legal initiative yang juga bisa dilakukan yang kami lihat ya. Kami melihat ada beberapa kelemahan di beberapa peraturan perundangan dan kita melihat bahwa DPR bisa melakukan inisiatif karena di Indonesia khususnya ya kekuasaan untuk membentuk undang-undang itu ada di DPR salah satunya, sehingga inisiatif-inisiatif bisa dilakukan terutama untuk melakukan pembenahan legislasi diantaranya misalnya ya untuk mendorong agar pengungkapan tindak pidana di bidang lingkungan hidup itu juga melalui pendekatan financial investigation, kemudian mendorong multi-door approach misalnya ya. Nah ini sangat penting di mana kejahatan-kejahatan lingkungan hidup itu memang sebaiknya ditangani secara menyeluruh ya dengan pendekatan multi-door sehingga bisa lebih optimal. Kemudian kaitan dengan parliamentary collaboration ya. Yang bisa dilakukan pertama kaitan dengan policy making, ini pengawasan. Bagaimana tadi sudah kami sebutkan, saya kira kami kira DPR dalam konteks pengawasan ini bisa melihat kinerja dari seluruh lembaga kementerian yang terkait dengan pelaksanaan performance-nya. Mudah-mudahan proses yang dilakukan ini juga bisa memastikan ya policy making yang dibuat itu berlangsung dengan fair ya, tidak kerap dan juga mendukung interest daripada masyarakat. Kemudian policy executing saya kira ini juga sangat penting kaitan dengan pengenaan sanksi ya. Di beberapa case kami melihat memang saat ini sanksi-sanksi yang banyak dikenakan sifatnya administratif, padahal beberapa yang terjadi itu sudah melibatkan ataupun menghasilkan proceed of crime yang besar, sehingga memang sangat penting untuk memastikan ada penanganan yang lebih keras ya, termasuk memidanakan. Dan alhamdulillah saat ini seluruh penyidik tindak pidana asal termasuk penyidik kehutanan, lingkungan hidup, kelautan, yaitu sudah memiliki kewenangan untuk melakukan penyidikan tindak pidana pencucian uang. Saya kira di beberapa negara juga seperti itu ya. Karena itu kita mendorong agar penerapan sanksi pidana ya yang lebih optimal, termasuk dengan tersangkakan ya ataupun menuntut dengan sangkaan ataupun dakwaan TPPU itu perlu terus didorong. Kemudian yang terakhir ini government performance ya. Ini juga penting termasuk kaitan dengan upaya-upaya penindakan yang perlu dilakukan agar penanganan tindak pidana lingkungan hidup itu bisa lebih optimal. PPATK menempatkan green financial crime sebagai salah satu prioritas dan ini diharapkan juga bisa mendukung program Bapak Presiden untuk mewujudkan green economy. Demikian mungkin yang dapat saya sampaikan. Terima kasih. Saya kembalikan ke Ibu Moderator.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fitriadi, for that presentation. We can agree that green corruption, including money laundering, in the field, green corruption includes money laundering, and this occurs in several different fields, whether it be in the forestry sector, environmental, maritime, as well as fisheries sector, and that was highlighted very well in your presentation. And these types of environmental crimes have also been detected, as you mentioned earlier, using several means, whether it be coming from the internet or telephone resources, as well as payment records and information on asset ownerships and etc. So these are the kinds of components that you've spoken about, and I think we all need to be more aware in which corruption or green corruption can occur within these different sectors. We understand that environmental crimes is a main criminal act, that can lead to other forms of criminal action. So there is a negative multiplier effect that comes with this process. And the government, particularly the Parliament, has a huge role, whether it be in policy, whether it be in preventing as well as eradicating these kinds of crimes when we incorporate collaboration through oversight, through policy execution. And in the fields of oversight, I think it's everybody's role present here today. And I think this is a reminder for everybody that we have a very crucial role to play in making sure that green corruption does not occur in the future. And of course, this is proven to be quite challenging, but thank you, Bapak, for giving us a lot of insight on how we can mitigate this in the future. Now we would like to turn to our last speaker, Mr. Juhani Grossman, who have actually just submitted a video presentation. So we'll be listening to some of the insights that he has in store for us. So please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for the invitation to speak at this year's Seapac GoPac conference. I'm particularly pleased about the title and the topic of this panel, because this is a topic that we've been discussing at the Basel Institute on Governance for the last 2.5 years. And we use the term green corruption to highlight the intersection between natural resource usage, environmental conservation, and corruption. The term, we selected it over a long period of deliberation because we feel that it highlights the fact that the unsustainable exploitation of our natural resource is frequently enabled through corruption. We are looking at behavioral patterns of the environmental criminals that are similar to those in organized crime, not of criminals of opportunities like poachers or unlicensed miners or farmers felling a tree for their own stove to cook their food. These organized environmental criminals actively utilize corruption to undermine conservation efforts by government, stifle law enforcement responses, weaken the organizational infrastructure of natural resource management agencies. This is one of the major reasons why our conservation goals worldwide are not being achieved. We have found through our research that the anti-corruption tools in the environmental sector tend to be weaker than the rest of government. On one side, the law enforcement tools related to conservation are simply not fit for purpose. These law enforcement tools tend to focus on crimes related to possession or movement of the natural resources, from which the leaders of environmental syndicates are typically several steps removed. Law enforcement is unable to follow the money, which is a crucial prerequisite to address organized environmental crime. We have significant efforts around the world to work with law enforcement, particularly focused on natural resource efforts, and have started such efforts in Indonesia as well. On the prevention side, preventing environmental corruption, we see that the internal controls in natural resource agencies are particularly weak, weaker even than what we've seen in other agencies. And there are many reasons for this. But one comes from the fact that natural resource agencies rarely receive significant budget allocations, meaning they are considered low risk. Small amount of state budget means low risk in terms of building internal controls. And that, of course, highlights the fact that we as societies undervalue the environment. And because we do so through budgeting, we're essentially making the environment suffer twice. First, because it doesn't receive enough money for conservation, and second, because we're not building the controls required to actually make the limited conservation efforts in place be effective. Accordingly, we should not be surprised that there is lots of corruption in the natural resource sector. And while the response clearly has to be one that involves all of society, parliaments have a very special role to play here. First, parliaments need to strengthen their own guardrails and their own controls. It's no secret that there have been corruption scandals inside parliaments themselves related to natural resource budget allocation, licensing, and privatization. Second, parliaments need to adequately fund natural resource agencies during their budgeting discussions, and they need to insist that a sufficient share of the budgets is focused on internal strengthening the functioning of the internal control bodies. Third, ensuring that accountability bodies like specialized anti-corruption courts, supreme audit agencies, and anti-corruption agencies have a mandate, funding, and expertise to prioritize natural resource governance and corruption. Fourth, state-owned enterprises play a very significant role in natural resource exploitation, and unfortunately are also commonly prone to corruption. So, strengthening their governance can have a disproportionate impact on reducing green corruption. This can include the strengthening of compliance officer equivalents like SPE in Indonesia, and of course also the role of independent oversight boards. Fifth and final, renewables. Renewable energy is a growth industry, both because of decarbonization and the destabilization of the energy markets as a result of Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine. Prices for manufacturing capacity, engineering skills, and the rare earths and other renewable supply chain elements are skyrocketing, while governance in the sector remains weak. Parliaments can ensure that they themselves understand the intricacies of this sector and are able to provide adequate policy, guidance, and oversight as the sector is emerging, and of course provide sufficient resources for natural resource agencies and law enforcement to be able to adequately address these new risks. I thank you for your attention, and I'd be pleased to answer any questions you might have during the question and answer section. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Johanny Grossman, for that, for the presentation that you have conveyed to us. You again have touched on the importance of and have emphasized on the role of parliamentarians in eradicating corruption in general terms, how we should also strengthen governance and have placed an immense focus as well at the end with regards to renewables, how this not only creates a paved way towards achieving a sustainable future, particularly in the, not eradication, sorry, but the minimization of greenhouse gas emissions, but also opens the doors to the potential of corruption happening. So this is a double-edged sword, and I do hope that we find active solutions in the future and ensure that this does not happen, because right now in Commission 7 we're working on this bill on renewable energy. We're very much very in support of the renewable energy space. So thank you very much to all speakers. They have all the speakers today, all our incredible panelists today have triggered us to think more critically about the issues that we are currently discussing. And as for now, I'd like to open the floor for further discussions and questions. And I'd like to invite our fellow members of parliament in Southeast Asia to share some thoughts and insights on the discussions that have occurred earlier. And particularly, firstly, I'd like to convey the floor to Ibu Sylvia. Ibu Sylvia is a senator from the DKI Jakarta region, and she is also the head of the Inter-Parliamentary Cooperation at the senator level. So we have Ibu Sylvia, whereas Bapak Fadlizon is the chair of the Inter-Parliamentary Cooperation within the parliament. So there's the parliament, there's also the senator level. So Ibu Sylvia, I know you are running out of time, but now I'd like to extend the floor to you, and please, this floor is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Yang terhormat Presiden Seapac dan Wakil Ketua GOPEC, Ketua Badan Kerjasama Antar Parlemen DPR RI, Bapak sahabat saya Pak Fadlizon yang luar biasa bersama dengan pimpinan BKSP lainnya, BKSAP lainnya. Yang terhormat Dr. Ali bin Fetais Almari, Ketua Badan Eksekutif GOPEC, para narasumber yang saya hormati, serta seluruh member. Atas nama Dewan Perwakilan Daerah Republik Indonesia, tadi interpreternya mengatakan DPRD DKI, bukan, Dewan Perwakilan Daerah Republik Indonesia, dapilnya DKI Jakarta, tapi saya atas nama Ketua BKSP DPD RI. Saya ingin menyampaikan penghargaan dan terima kasih atas undangan Seapac pada konferensi dan sidang umum Seapac yang bertema Parliamentary Actions and Political Finance Oversight and Combating Green Corruption in Southeast Asia. Dan saya juga ingin menyampaikan bahwa ini sangat relevan sekali dengan tugas DPD RI sebagaimana dijelaskan oleh Undang-Undang Dasar kami, antara lain membahas isu-isu terkait dengan pengelolaan sumber daya alam dan sumber daya ekonomi lainnya. Kami berharap lembaga kami dapat berpartisipasi lebih dalam dengan Seapac maupun GOPEC agar dapat memberikan pandangan-pandangan serta perspektif pemerintahan dan otonomi daerah. Karena kami berasal bukan dari partai tetapi dari perwakilan daerah di 34 provinsi. Dan di masa yang akan datang, terutama terkait dengan isu corruption dan lingkungan hidup, tentu saja kita harus mengatasi green corruption, yaitu korupsi atau kejahatan keuangan yang menyebabkan kerusakan lingkungan dan keragaman hayati. Nah, DPD RI telah memiliki kelengkapan untuk memantau pemerintahan daerah, manajemen sumber daya alam, akuntabilitas publik, dan pengawasan peraturan daerah. Menurut kami, di antara penyebab corruption atau green corruption ini adalah biaya politik dan kewenangan perizinan. Sumber daya alam berada di berbagai provinsi sehingga dapat menjadi sumber korupsi apabila tidak disiapkan perangkat-perangkat pencegahan pada level legislasi, kemudian regulasi, dan tentu saja operasionalnya. Sumber daya alam perlu dikelola dengan baik untuk kepentingan rakyat dan daerah tersebut. Namun apabila korupsi semakin merajalela, apalagi menggerogoti efisiensi dan efektivitas pengelolaan sumber daya alam berkelanjutan, maka sebuah negara atau wilayah politik akan terjebak dalam fenomena natural resources curse atau kutukan sumber alam. Cirinya antara lain kelimpahan sumber daya alam tidak bermanfaat pada kemakmuran dan kesejahteraan masyarakat. Dan parlemen dapat mencegah situasi ini melalui legislasi dan pengawasan kebijakan otonomi daerah. Lembaga kami telah melakukan berbagai inisiatif untuk mengawasi kebijakan otonomi di daerah, bahkan di seluruh wilayah di Indonesia, serta pengaturan perimbangan keuangan antara pusat dan daerah. Pada intinya, jangan ada kebocoran. Sekali lagi, jangan ada kebocoran dan penyalahgunaan kewenangan dari berbagai pihak dalam mengelola sumber daya alam agar dapat terus dinikmati generasi mendatang. Dan parlemen juga harus menutupi celah-celah hukum bagi politisi untuk melakukan eksploitasi sumber daya alam bagi kepentingan politik pribadi mereka dan mendorong penegak hukum untuk melakukan pengawasan atau penyelidikan terhadap pengelolaan sumber daya alam di tiap-tiap provinsi di seluruh Indonesia. Dan kami bersyukur DPD RI sekali lagi memiliki badan akuntabilitas publik, di mana saya juga pernah menjadi ketua BAP tersebut, untuk menerima masukan dan pengaduan masyarakat. Dan ternyata memang banyak sekali masyarakat yang mengadu kepada kami. Demikian juga kami punya panitia kerja di mana kita bagi menjadi 4, yaitu otonomi daerah di komite 1, sumber daya alam komite 2, serta keuangan dan pajak komite 4, di mana komite 3-nya juga masalah pendidikan dan lain sebagainya. Nah, keempat, komite ini bekerja untuk memastikan pemerintah pusat dan pemerintah daerah dapat betul-betul mengelola sumber daya alamnya dengan baik dan berkelanjutan. Sekali lagi harus berkelanjutan. Serta berkala para anggota DPD RI melakukan pengawasan langsung ke wilayah masing-masing. Sehingga terjadi keseimbangan antara memacu pertumbuhan ekonomi yang tinggi di daerah dan pembangunan berkelanjutan. Tentu saja selain melakukan pengawasan terhadap institusi politik dan pemerintah, negara juga perlu melakukan pencegahan korupsi di pihak swasta. Saya garis bawahi di pihak swasta, yaitu dengan menegakkan tata kelola perusahaan yang bersih sehingga melindungi mereka dari tekanan-tekanan politik dalam perizinan dan penyelenggaraan investasi maupun penegakan aturan-aturan penyelenggaraan investasi yang pro perlindungan lingkungan hidup. Demikian pendapat dari kami, dan saya perkenalkan juga di sebelah saya adalah Dr. Ali Ridho, adalah salah satu dari anggota, juga pernah menjadi pimpinan di BKSP DPD RI, Dapilnya Banten. Terima kasih sekali lagi untuk pimpinan BKSAP DPD RI, DPR RI yang luar biasa memberikan kesempatan kepada DPD RI. Terima kasih banyak, dan terima kasih untuk Ibu Moderator yang cantik and smart. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih Bu Sylvia. Let's give her a round of applause. Thank you for those insights as well. So now I'd like to share the floor to our members of parliament, our colleagues from Malaysia. So you have the first floor. Please.
Thank you to Madam Moderator. I'll start by giving some comments and then some questions that need enlightenment from the fellow speakers. First, I think we all acknowledge that the current laws and regulations to combat green corruption may not be sufficient and strong enough. That requires the Parliament and the capacity building at the government level to improve that drastically. I think in face of the rapidly changing technology and the threats of climate change, as well as the needs for decarbonization, the situation is getting more milky and sophisticated, especially for developing countries. Another thing is about fund. To tackle green corruption, you must give enforcement agencies and other relevant authorities with appropriate resources, stronger jurisdiction and capacity. However, it is also challenging for us to ensure they always have adequate enforcement equipments and the capacity to monitor the situation. I would also like to ask fellow speakers on the idea of ecological fiscal transfer, because as the madam just now mentioned, usually the areas that require the most protection would be relatively less developed area. In that case, however, they are lacking capacity. So in Malaysia, we do have ecological fiscal transfer. Indeed, this year we are increasing the amount from 70 million ringgit to 150 million, which is a one-time double-fold increase. And it's also based on the forested land areas, the tiger habitats, because we love our harimau, Malayan tiger, and the replanting efforts. So I'm not sure your comment about this. Second question is about whistleblowing. Do you think giving rewards to whistleblowers is a good idea? Because we are facing enormous challenge with enforcement, and usually it happens on a willing taker, willing giver basis. So what would be the incentive for the whistleblowers to step up, facing all these pressures, to step forward and to expose the situation? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Member of Parliament from Malaysia. There are a couple of points there, so I'd like to maybe just remind everybody and all of our speakers, we will be taking all the questions first, so you can take note of all the questions from all the members of Parliament, and then we will answer it at the end. That's okay with all the speakers. So the MP Honorable Member of Parliament from Malaysia have asked a couple of things, including in relation to the ecological fiscal transfer, which has been implemented in Malaysia, as well as whistleblowing. So your takes on these topics will be very much appreciated. So thank you very much, Honorable MP from Malaysia. Next, I'd like to extend the floor to Honorable MP from Thailand.
ท่านประธานผู้ดำเนินรายการครับในส่วนของธุรกิจสีเขียวเนี่ยเป็นปัญหาที่อันตรายและความซับซ้อนที่สุดปัญหาหนึ่งในปัจจุบันเนื่องจากการทุจริตเนี่ยไม่เพียงคุกคามสิ่งแวดล้อมและความหลากหลายทางชีวภาพเท่านั้นนะครับแต่ยังเป็นภัยคุกคามต่อธรรมาภิบาลและความมั่นคงของมนุษย์อีกด้วยหลายประเทศที่มีทรัพยากรมากรวมทั้งประเทศในเอเชียตะวันออกเฉียงใต้ของเราอาจเป็นเป้าหมายในการก่ออาชญากรรมต่อสิ่งแวดล้อมซึ่งปัญหานี้อาจทำให้สิ่งแวดล้อมมีความเสื่อมโทรมมากยิ่งขึ้นผมขอยกตัวอย่างเช่นการผลิตขยะและการกำจัดขยะรวมถึงกระบวนการของการที่นำขยะเอามาใช้ใหม่และก็ใช้ไม่ถูกวิธีโดยมีการอนุมัติโรงงานผลิตขยะที่ไม่ถูกต้องและจำกัดไม่ถูกต้องเป็นการทำลายสิ่งแวดล้อมและเป็นการทุจริตอันหนึ่งหรือการที่ประเทศหนึ่งซึ่งเป็นประเทศที่พัฒนาแล้วนำส่งขยะเข้ามาทิ้งในอีกหลายประเทศในเอเชียตะวันออกเฉียงใต้ประเด็นเหล่านี้เป็นประเด็นที่สำคัญและล่อแหลมและก็ไม่ค่อยมีการบังคับใช้ในกฎหมายระหว่างประเทศใดเลยในการห้ามประเทศหนึ่งนำขยะมาทิ้งในประเทศหนึ่งประเด็นของการก่อสร้างลุกล้ำในทรัพยากรธรรมชาติการอนุมัติเช่น EIA นะครับอนุมัติเป็นการลุกล้ำทรัพยากรธรรมชาติการก่อสร้างโดยใบอนุญาตที่ไม่ถูกต้องไม่ตรวจสอบสิ่งแวดล้อมอย่างจริงจังก็เป็นการทุจริตสีเขียวเหมือนกันทำให้สิ่งแวดล้อมนั้นถูกทำลายการอุตสาหกรรมต่างๆที่ผลิตกระตุ้นให้ผลิตมากในระบบทุนนิยมเสร็จแล้วก็ส่งผลเสียออกมาไม่ว่าเป็นทางน้ำทางอากาศฝุ่นละอองหรือในส่วนของทางเสียงที่ออกมาสู่หัวสภาพของคนโดยการอนุมัติของรัฐที่ทุจริตนะครับแล้วก็ทำให้ประชาชนต้องรับผลกระทบแบบนี้และเสียหายต่อสิ่งแวดล้อมรวมถึงในส่วนของการใช้ทรัพยากรทางทะเลนะครับที่มีการใช้อย่างไม่ถูกต้องใช้แรงงานที่มีการใช้แรงงานที่กดขี่แรงงานและนำผลผลิตทางทะเลเข้าไปเรื่องนี้ทางประเทศไทยก็ได้มีการออกกฎหมายในยุคหนึ่งซึ่งไม่ใช่ยุคที่มีการเลือกตั้งแต่กฎหมายนั้นเข้มแข็งไปหน่อยนะครับโดยทำให้ประมงของประเทศไทยนั้นก็สูญหายไปจากระบบค่อนข้างเยอะเมื่อสัปดาห์ที่แล้วรัฐสภาไทยเนี่ยนะครับโดยสภาผู้แทนราษฎรก็ได้มีผ่านกฎหมายแก้ไขพระราชบัญญัติประมงนะครับเพื่อที่จะจัดความสมดุลระหว่างการรักษาสิ่งแวดล้อมกับให้อาชีพประมงไม่ว่าประมงทางเศรษฐกิจทางธุรกิจหรือประมงพื้นบ้านได้อยู่ได้อย่างสองอย่างนี่คือสิ่งที่รัฐสภาไทยเราได้ทำขึ้นมานี่คือสิ่งที่ทำในทางสิ่งแวดล้อมนะครับขอเรียนว่าในส่วนประเทศไทยนั้นเรามีแผนพัฒนาทางเศรษฐกิจสังคมแห่งชาติฉบับล่าสุดคือปีพ.ศ. 2566 ถึง 2570 ที่ได้รับอนุมัติแล้วนะครับซึ่งแผนดังกล่าวเป็นแผนพัฒนาชาติฉบับที่ 13 ที่รวมประเด็นสิ่งแวดล้อมพัฒนาที่ยั่งยืนโดยมีแนวคิดเป้าหมายการพัฒนาที่ยั่งยืนของสหประชาชาติและเศรษฐกิจชีวภาพเศรษฐกิจหมุนเวียนเศรษฐกิจสีเขียวหรือที่เรียกโมเดลทางเศรษฐกิจว่า BCG ประเทศไทยได้นำโมเดลเศรษฐกิจ BCG มาใช้เป็นยุทธศาสตร์ในการพัฒนาเศรษฐกิจของประเทศและส่งเสริมหลักปฏิบัติ ESG ประทานโทษสำหรับธุรกิจเพื่อบรรลุเป้าหมายแนวเศรษฐกิจนะครับการปกป้องสิ่งแวดล้อมและผลกระทบธรรมาภิบาลสังคมและต่อต้านทุจริตมีความเท่าเทียมและยังคงมีความสำคัญสูงสุดสำหรับประเทศไทยในการเร่งการเติบโตเศรษฐกิจเราเห็นว่าการเติบโตเศรษฐกิจกับการรักษาความสมดุลของสิ่งแวดล้อมมันต้องไปด้วยกันมันไม่ใช่เติบโตอย่างเดียวแล้วทำลายสิ่งแวดล้อมและคนต้องมาผจญและคนกลุ่มหนึ่งที่อนุมัติมีความทุจริตนั้นก็มีความร่ำรวยขึ้นกับสิ่งนี้แต่ทำลายโลกทำลายมนุษย์ด้านความร่วมมือระหว่างประเทศไทยได้ความมั่นว่าจะมุ่งสู่ความเป็นกลางทางคาร์บอนภายในปีพ.ศ. 2593การปล่อยก๊าซเรือนกระจกสุทธิเป็นศูนย์ภายในปี2000พ.ศ. 2608นะครับ2608ในการประชุมรัฐภาคีกรอบอนุสัญญาสหประชาชาติว่าด้วยการแลกเปลี่ยนสภาพภูมิอากาศสมัยที่26และสมัยที่27ประเทศไทยสนับสนุนการจัดตั้งกองทุนชดเชยสูญเสียและเสียหายที่เริ่มโดยการประชุมรัฐภาคีสมัยที่27เพื่อช่วยเหลือกลุ่มประเทศที่มีความเปราะบางได้รับผลกระทบมากที่สุดจากวิกฤตสภาพภูมิอากาศเราซึ่งเป็นสมาชิกรัฐสภามุ่งมั่นที่ติดตามการบริหารจัดการกองทุนดังกล่าวและสร้างระบบที่มีการตรวจสอบมีความโปร่งใสและครอบคลุมมีส่วนได้เสียเพื่อให้มั่นใจว่าโครงสร้างการปฏิบัติตามกฎระเบียบและติดตามผลกระทบปล่อยก๊าซเรือนกระจกสุทธิเป็นศูนย์ที่มีต่อประชาชนในแง่กฎหมายประเทศไทยมีกฎหมายต่อต้านการติดสินบนและต่อต้านทุจริตและมีผลบังคับใช้มานานหลายทศวรรษโดยเฉพาะอย่างยิ่งกฎหมายที่เน้นอาชญากรรมที่เกี่ยวข้องกับการค้าสัตว์ป่ากฎหมายเหล่านี้ยังคงมีผลบังคับใช้อย่างมีประสิทธิภาพและในส่วนของคณะกรรมาการปปช.สภาผู้แทนราษฎรเราได้มีการลงไปตรวจสอบจับกุมชี้เบาะแสจับกุมดำเนินการผู้ที่ตัดไม้ทำลายป่าโดยผู้แทนเราในกรรมาธิการเราสองท่านเนี่ยก็ลงพื้นที่ได้จัดการสิ่งเหล่านี้มากมายนั่นคือกระบวนการหนึ่งในสภาของไทยนะครับแต่การตัดไม้สวมตอนะครับที่อีกหนึ่งเราก็ทำในส่วนนี้นี่คือในทางปฏิบัติที่เราทำอยู่นะครับ ในเรื่องของการรับสินบนนะครับเรามีกฎหมายฟอกเงินเรามีกฎหมายปราบปรามทุจริตแต่อย่างที่ผมเรียนในเมื่อการอภิปรายในหัวข้อที่แล้วมันติดเรื่องโครงสร้างประชาธิปไตยของประเทศเราต้องไปแก้ในส่วนนั้นด้วยเพื่อจะให้มีการตรวจสอบและเปิดเผยข้อมูลในทุกข้อมูลที่จะให้มีการตรวจสอบเป็นรัฐโปร่งใสอย่างแท้จริงจะมีประสิทธิภาพในการบังคับใช้กฎหมายในตัวกฎหมายเรามีพร้อมแต่การใช้กฎหมายเราต้องอาศัยในส่วนของโครงสร้างที่เป็นประชาธิปไตยด้วยในขั้นตอนการจัดสรรงบประมาณนะครับมันมีกระบวนการของการทุจริตสีเขียวก็เกิดขึ้นอยู่เหมือนกันนั่นก็คือว่ามีการเสนอของกลุ่มคนที่ต้องการที่จะขออนุมัติขออะไรขึ้นมาในการจัดสรรงบประมาณในที่ไม่ชอบธรรมในขั้นตอนนี้กระบวนการตรวจสอบของรัฐบาลไทยก็มีความเข้มข้นขึ้นโดยพรรคฝ่ายค้านก็ได้มีการตรวจสอบลงรายละเอียดอย่างไม่เคยมีมาก่อนในทุกองค์ประกอบซึ่งขณะนี้เราได้ดำเนินการคิดว่าน่าจะปรับปรุงขึ้นในส่วนของประเทศไทยแล้วก็เราคิดว่าเราพร้อมที่จะทำงานร่วมกับองค์กรระหว่างประเทศเพื่อยับยั้งอาชญากรทางสิ่งแวดล้อมข้ามชาตินะครับความร่วมมือของเราในการต่อสู้การทุจริตปกป้องสิ่งแวดล้อมและการเสริมสร้างธรรมาภิบาลจะเป็นการออกทางออกในการหยุดทุจริตสีเขียวการไหลเวียนของเงินที่ผิดกฎหมายจากอาชญากรรมสิ่งแวดล้อมผลประโยชน์จากบุคคลแสวงประโยชน์ในโลกของเราประเทศไทยพยายามที่จะแก้ไขปัญหาทุจริตสีเขียวต่อไปและพร้อมทำงานอย่างใกล้ชิดกับประเทศสมาชิก Seapac เพื่อต่อต้านการกระทำผิดกฎหมายและเราในฐานะสมาชิกรัฐสภาต้องปฏิบัติหน้าที่มีบทบาททางกฎหมายอย่างมีประสิทธิภาพและใช้ความพยายามไม่อยากเหน็ดเหนื่อยเพื่อปกป้องโลกของเราจากอาชญากรรมสิ่งแวดล้อมในส่วนคณะกรรมการฟอกเงินของประเทศไทยนั้นเราก็มีกระบวนการมีโปรแกรมมีระบบที่ในการตรวจสอบนะครับการฟอกเงินของการปกติซึ่งรวมของทุจริตสีเขียวหรือทุจริตอื่นด้วยซึ่งตรงนี้นะครับถ้าเกิดว่าในองค์กร Seapac หรือ Gopac ถ้าเราร่วมมือกันในการตรวจสอบการฟอกเงินผมเชื่อว่าสิ่งเหล่านี้จะทำให้ภูมิภาคเอเชียตะวันออกเฉียงใต้นั้นเข้มแข็งขึ้นในการปราบปรามทุจริตทุกประเภทและคิดว่า การที่ผมและคณะของทีมประเทศไทยซึ่งเรามีทั้งฝ่ายค้านรัฐบาลมาร่วมประชุมครั้งนี้ก็ถือว่าเป็นเกียรตินะครับที่มาร่วมกันและคิดว่าในอนาคตเราคงได้ทำในสิ่งที่เข้มข้นและตรงประเด็นมากยิ่งขึ้นในการร่วมกันปราบปรามทุจริตไม่ว่าทั้งสีเขียวและธุรกิจอื่นๆด้วยครับขอบคุณครับ
Thank you very much, Honorable Member of Parliament from Thailand. Very insightful, and you did mention about the lack of inspection that I think a lot of our panelists can comment on as well, and also how the contribution of industries, amongst others, yeah, because you highlighted a lot of issues, but I think one of the most important is also how we deal with environmental nuisances, which corresponds to certain industries, which then, there is an impact on the waste, pollution that is also may arise in certain industries and how that impacts societies. I think this is very interesting. So I'd like to hear the comments of our panelists on this particular issue as well. So thank you, Honorable MP. Now I'd like to extend the floor to Honorable Member of Parliament from Timor-Leste. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Honorable MP Dr. Fadlizon, Senator Sylvia, she has left, Honorable Member of Parliament, distinguished speakers, panelists, moderators, and distinguished guests. Allow me to share some of experience that Timor-Leste has regarding on the issue of social participation and open parliament. In Timor-Leste, since 2015, we have started on implementing the open participation on social society through the MOU that signed between the NGOs Forum and the government. It's about the social audit. So the social participation we do through the social audit. The reason why the Timor-Leste implementing the participation on social society through the social audit based on two reasons. First, it's stated on the Timor-Leste's constitution. We have a section that first, for the right for the citizen responsibility and the rights. It's stated on section 40, 48, and 63. As for the state's responsibility, it's stated on section 73, 108, number 1 and 2, section 129, section 137, and section 149. Beside from that, there's an important reason as well why that we choose to do this social audit. The fundamental reason for the citizens to be more actively doing the social audit is through three reasons that stated on the citizenship participation. First reason is to empower the community participation. The second is for the inclusion. It's the important participation on the vulnerable group like women, youth, and also those who are unable to be more actively in the society. Second is to increase the responsibility on the social for how the government can be implementing their budget execution yearly. The 3 points for the government is very important to guarantee the national development as a citizen. And the second one, it can be used as a political influence, as a way of the government to do a better planning on their budget yearly. And the third one, to be for the government to be more involvement in constructive dialogue between the community and the government. As for the parliamentarian, we adopted the system on the budget participation. Yearly on the discussion on the budget, the presentation on the budget by the government, the parliament usually held a session, open session for the NGOs to be able to also discuss with the parliamentarian about the planning that government presenting to the Parliament through their planning and also through their budget. So this system that we use as a budget participation is very actively participated by all the NGOs in Timor-Leste through, they call in Timor NGO Forum, is a forum with all the NGOs that register in Timor-Leste. They all has one umbrella organization which it calls NGO Forum. So through NGOs Forum, usually they do the active participation with the budget discussion before it goes to the debate on the Parliament. The second one, in the Parliament, we also have this plan, but it's not quite in our program, it's not yet been realized, which we call the People's Voice. The program has one plan of doing the open debate with the society. The planning topics that was being organized by the G Commission, which is the Education, Youth, and the Social Communication Commission, they plan on doing 2 topics for this open debate with the society, which is climate change and the public health policy. But unfortunately, this debate hasn't been done until now because of the COVID situation, and also because of we had recently the president's election. So there hasn't been any opportunity to do this social open debate with the society. And the last one, I want to ask the question to one of our panelists, which is Dr. Rafael Jimenez Ayer, about the about the corruption interfere with the right under environmental democracy. In Timor-Leste, we have a very big issue regarding on the holding lands that the government do in order to do more development from some public facilities. Example, for the airport construction, there's a case where the government has to giving the refund money or compensation money to the people that has their land that's been used by the government to do the construction of the airport. They paid a very low amount for the compensation money for their land. We consider it very low because it's not as much as the land price in the market. So do you think that this practice is considered as a way of government also doing the corruption, or is it like we can call it like the legal practice by the government in order to be able to hold the lands and take the lands for the people for the public use interest? So I would like to hear some opinion from Mr. Jimenez, or also from the other panelists as well. I think that's all I can say. Thank you, MP, for your time, and thank you very much for everyone's attention.
Thank you very much, Madam Member of Parliament from Timor-Leste, for your questions. You mentioned about social audit as well as budget participation from the public. This is very important and very much in line with the topic of the open parliamentary system, as well as enacting environmental democracy. So I think a lot of our panelists can comment on those 2 issues. So thank you for your both your insights and also your questions. I'd like to finally just extend the floor in case anybody here would like to convey anything else or would like to ask a question. Bapak, yeah, please, the floor is yours. I think this should be the final question, yeah.
Thank you very much. I'm Laude Muhammad Sharif, and thank you Seapac and GoPac for inviting me. I am a former commissioner of Corruption Eradication Commissions. I really like the theme of the conference about political finance and combating green corruptions. I just want to comment on a few things. First of all, I think one of the main problem in our country, especially, and not only Indonesia, but I think ASEAN in general, is that political corruptions, it is one of the main problems. For example, because the disclosure of political finance, it is very rare, including Indonesia, and I think this needs to be tackled. And I think the financial intelligence body of Indonesia, PPATK, which is one of the speakers, actually just announced that there is a few suspicious transactions from the green corruption linked to political campaign or political parties. And I don't think this is only the case of Indonesia. When I was in KPK, we actually are focusing our works on green corruption. I work with Basel Institute, even OECD countries, and in several prosecutions by KPK or by Attorney General Office of Indonesia, we can always see the link between big corporations and link to political, or what you call it, PEPs, politically exposed persons. So I think if we are actually serious on this, it will be very good. But I think this is not only for Indonesia, but I think also in ASEAN country, but also not limited to ASEAN, but I mean to all of us. And I thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Laude Sharif, the former Deputy Chair of KPK, which is the Corruption Eradication Commission, for your insights. Again, I'm sure speaking from experience, so those are very insightful for us. So now, lastly, our last session would be for our speakers, our panelists, to answer all of the questions combined. So let's just go in order of the presentation that was presented before. We'll start with Mr. Rodrigo. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Ms. Moderator. Well, I'd like to focus on the answering the questions of the MP from Timor-Leste about open parliament, and let the other speakers that are to answer the other questions. You spoke about social audit in Constitution, okay, and that's very important because in Argentina we don't have that provision on the Constitution, and I would like to tell you that the lawmaking process has become better, even better, since 2016 in Argentina after these open parliament measures, and many MPs didn't like this procedure, okay, but after they understood how it works, now the number of MPs that are using it is increasing, and the relationship between MPs and NGOs and among MPs and citizens has become better, really better, because of course everybody here works in parliaments or worked in parliaments or study about parliaments, and now that the parliamentarian work is heavy, exigent, but at least in Argentina, population don't think so. Yes, so it's good for MPs, and it's good for the population to know more about the work of the Parliament, and to get involved more and more, and this social audit or social commitment on the parliamentarian work is really important. You also spoke about budget participation. We have that kind of process in the local level. In provinces or in the autonomous city of Buenos Aires, we have a process of budget participation, but it doesn't apply for all the budget. So there is a part of the budget that is dedicated to public works in general, where the population can choose or can prefer some public works to other, generally referred to local places, yes, or local infrastructures, and they can not decide but orient the budgeting for the next year. It's a very good experience. In Argentina, we began to implement that experience, learning from Brazil. In fact, from Porto Alegre, that is the capital of the state of Rio Grande do Sul, they had a very good experience on budget participation, and we took that experience first in cities, in Rosario City, in Buenos Aires City, and after that experience, some provinces began to use it. So I really encourage you to use that democratic institutions. And about the other questions, what I can say, as commodities and natural resources based economies, Argentina and some other Latin American countries are similar to some of the experience you share here, and well, I came from so far to learn and to understand the situation in this region, and it's very useful for me to hear and share experiences with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rodrigo. And now we turn to Mr. Rafael, please.
Thank you very much. I hope I will not forget anything of the many things to which I would like to provide a response. Well, first, by direct implication, I would like to respond to the honorary member of parliament from Timor-Leste as to whether this issue of the compensation to landowners for the construction of the airport would have been a case of corruption. Well, I really don't have enough information, but it would appear that this has been at the very least a failure of participation and perhaps of access to justice as well. So I cannot tell you whether there was a case of corruption or not, but I can tell you that with a stronger environmental democracy, perhaps the issue would have played out differently. Then I would like to come to the question of our honorable member of parliament from Malaysia. Well, I am certainly not in a position to recommend whether the issue of incentivizing whistleblowers in Malaysia would be appropriate or not. But again, perhaps more across the region and everywhere, before thinking of providing rewards for whistleblowers anywhere, when we want to check whether the rule of law as regards the protection of environmental defenders is strong enough. So one would need to take stock of the situation of environmental whistleblowers more generally and see to try to address their circumstances more holistically. Because perhaps people are not going to risk their lives for a certain sum of money if they don't feel safe. Which brings me to, again, being very pleased to see that Seapac chose the the issue of green corruption, which seems to be clearly very relevant when we talk about corruption in general in the region. And I couldn't encourage you passionately enough to look into the possibility of developing a regional environmental democracy agreement to address this ecosystem that enables corruption and to create a virtuous circle across the region to try to improve the situation, learning from each other and also from other experiences across the world that we've seen. But I do realize that green, it sounds, I mean, it's very encompassing, it's a good name, but it's a bit vague at the same time. And anyway, green issues, even if you're not experts on environmental governance in general, they are, even for an environmentally aware or activist parliamentarian, there are many areas of the green agenda that would fall beyond their field of expertise. So I would encourage all of you to talk to your colleagues that are leading on environmental issues, various environmental issues, because they will probably also need you and your expertise as champions against corruption to work out well, how to do things better. And this session has provided you with a number of checklists of a toolbox of how to combat green corruption. And I would simply like to use the opportunity to flag up a couple of important topics that are coming up in the global environmental governance landscape. The first one is, as many of you will remember, last December we got a new global framework on biodiversity, the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, which has a number of very interesting and relevant provisions, including as regards issues that could be very directly linked to environmental democracy and indeed combating green corruption. So parliaments across the world are likely to be busy in the coming months working out what this new framework means at local level, because probably legislation will need to be realigned with these new objectives. So this is a concrete entry point that each of you could take home and start looking into in contact and in cooperation with your colleagues that are sitting in the environment committees, perhaps. And the second one is that at next UNFCCC COP in the Gulf, COP28, we will complete the process of the first global stocktake. That first global stocktake is provided by in the Paris Agreement, and it's going to be the first time that all the parties are going to sit together and are going to receive the report of experts and the UNFCCC Secretariat that have been sifting through all the national NDCs that were tabled 5 years ago or less in cases, and seeing how they're being implemented. So it's going to be the first time that the global community is going to have a snapshot of how is implementation doing. So this is going to provide an opportunity for parliaments around the world to check what is going wrong with the delivery of national climate commitments. And there will be plenty of opportunities for identifying mispractices and things that need to be strengthened at local level in the context of climate governance. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Rafael. That concludes that there will be further discussions, of course, on this field in future engagements. So we're very much looking forward to that. And lastly, Mr. Fitriadi, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. Izinkan saya menanggapi dua hal. Yang pertama dari Malaysia terkait dengan whistleblowing. Ini sangat penting sekali. Dan sependapat dengan Pak Rafael, kita harus memastikan setiap orang bisa terlibat, berpartisipasi, termasuk juga melaporkan apabila ada hal-hal yang perlu dilaporkan. Dan saya kira tidak hanya membangun sistem yang memastikan society, masyarakat itu atau mereka yang terlibat dalam isu-isu lingkungan itu bisa melaporkan berbagai hal yang memang perlu didalami oleh otoritas, tapi yang juga tidak kalah penting adalah memastikan mereka nyaman dan juga memiliki pemahaman mengenai laporan yang disampaikan. Saya ingin menyampaikan sedikit pengalaman di PPATK. Kami juga membangun whistleblowing system, kemudian berusaha meningkatkan kapasitas mereka yang bergerak di isu-isu lingkungan. bahkan memberikan pelatihan-pelatihan untuk memastikan informasi-informasi apa saja yang sangat penting ya untuk kemudian masuk dalam laporan mereka sehingga bisa kita tindak lanjuti. Kemudian membangun mekanisme yang melindungi mereka terkait dengan laporan yang disampaikan, termasuk juga kita terlibat menandatangani MOU atau kesepakatan dengan civil society terkait dengan laporan-laporan atau peran serta mereka dalam pencegahan money laundering di bidang lingkungan hidup. Jadi ini sangat penting membangun whistleblowing system. Kemudian yang kedua terkait dengan Timur Leste ya, social participation, kemudian social audit, saya kira ini sangat baik. Tapi kami melihat ini masih dua arah ya, tidak kolaboratif. PPATK juga belajar dari pengalaman di beberapa negara. Kita juga kemudian membangun yang dinamakan dengan public-private partnership, kolaborasi bersama sektor publik dan private ya, untuk membahas isu-isu yang penting ya. Kita membuat dari public-private partnership misalnya alert system ya. Apa namanya kita sebut itu semacam informasi awal yang bisa dipedomani oleh bank dan juga semua ya, yang itu di-develop dari diskusi yang dilakukan secara mendalam. Ya misalnya terkait dengan operational alert untuk tindak pidana narkotika. Kita saling berbagi pengalaman yang ada di private, kemudian yang ada di penegak hukum, termasuk di otoritas seperti misalnya PPATK dan OJK, kemudian merumuskan dalam suatu operational alert sehingga memungkinkan mereka bisa mendeteksi transaksi-transaksi terkait dengan narkotika. Nah, kita juga dalam waktu dekat akan berdiskusi bersama ya dalam konteks public-private partnership untuk membangun atau menyusun operational alert terkait dengan transaksi terkait dengan environmental crime ya, ataupun money laundering terkait dengan pendanaan tindak pidana di lingkungan hidup. Itu yang penting. Jadi semua berkolaborasi, memberikan masukan dan semua bisa juga memantau peran kerja masing-masing. Apa yang dilakukan oleh private sector, kemudian oleh otoritas, kemudian oleh penegak hukum, semua berkolaborasi sehingga hasilnya bisa lebih optimal. Saya kira praktek best practice ya, ini akan lebih cair ya, lebih kolaboratif. Demikian pengalaman kami. Terima kasih.
Thank you, Mr. Fitriadi, for those for answering those questions. And of course, I'd like to extend my thank you also to the fellow panelists. So if we could quickly summarize on today's discussion, we could all agree that green corruption is a very urgent challenge that needs to be handled in a collective manner, as we understand that this is very complex in nature and has multiple challenges and can cause multiple damages. So again, cross-sectoral participation is very much key in solving this issue. Secondly, when we speak of the parliamentary participation and as well as initiatives, there are several steps that we can make. I think we are gifted with this ability to create change and to participate in changes. So firstly, how we can ensure the transparency on data, budgeting and reports on environmental agendas. I think that's something that we can work on. And secondly, we understand that citizen participation is very much crucial. We spoke about open parliament system, we spoke about environmental democracy and all the components that lead up in really just enacting environmental democracy generally. And I think this is something that we need to take more into consideration, the opinions of the public, not only citizens in general, but again, opening our hearts to society, to civil society organizations, to those who have experts in this field, whether it be the academia as well. I think this is very important for that cross-cutting collaboration, so we can increase awareness on this issue. We live in a modernized world where technology is very much can be used as a tool to disseminate information and socialization on how we can eradicate this problem. Next, a control mechanism that oversees multi aspects, including the lawmaking process, implementation of the law in itself, business concessions that that is very much cross-cutting with environment and people's involvement. So that's also something we need to take into account of. And lastly, the need of accountability body to make sure that there is compliance with the rule of law and executing environmental justice. So this is something that, again, is one of our responsibilities in carrying out our oversight system within the parliament, whether it be in Indonesia and all countries alike, because this is, again, cross-cutting across nations. And again, through the spirit of gotong royong, I always say this because gotong royong means collectively working together side by side and creating a solution and creating the most optimum, result. And this is a saying in Indonesia, and I really encourage all of us to really just work together and learn from each other. I mean, you traveled all the way from Argentina as well to come here to learn. So we're all here traveling from different parts of the world. And I do hope that this is a insightful session for all. So now we are again coming to an end to this session. And unfortunately, we do have to close the session, the second session of the Seapac conference, entitled the Galvanizing Parliamentary Actions and Partnerships to Combat Green Corruption. Once again, I'd like to thank our incredible panelists for being here. Again, our keynote, Mr. Rodrigo, our panelist, Mr. Rafael, Mr. Juhani Grossman, who was online, as well as Mr. Fitriadi as well, Fitriadi Muslim. Thank you so much for your thoughts and for your active participation and in answering all of our questions. I do encourage you to continue the discussions outside of these sessions. I mean, we have a break coming up as well, I assume. So this could be an incredible opportunity for you to not only network, but also to gain insight. So that's all for me. Thank you for this opportunity to moderate. And I do hope this session is informative for everybody here. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. May peace and blessings be upon you all.
Thank you, Bu Roro. Thank you, panelists, and thank you all participants for the interesting discussion at the second session. And now some information for the rest of our program today. We invite you all for a lunch, which is located at the ballroom 1, just next to this room. And then at 3:30, we invite delegates from ASEAN parliaments to come back again together for the Seapac Assembly to decide on organizational matters. And then later today, Seapac Chair invite all of you for a dinner at the Kudus restaurant. And tomorrow, we look forward to seeing you again for the third round discussion, which is located in Bogor. So we are going to gather at the Lobby Hotel, 8 a.m. tomorrow. It's from us, from the Secretariat, and thank you for your attention and wish you have a great day. Thank you.